Walking with only Mion to school made me miss Rena a lot.
どうしたのさ、ケイちゃん。さっきからキョロキョロしてさ。
んなんでもないよ。
It was the same old path to school, but I felt nervous for some reason. I wondered what Rena meant when she said she was going to win a come-from-behind victory last night. I couldn't stop feeling like something dangerous was going to happen. Rena thought Mion was one of her enemies. She could be lying in wait to attack Mion with a knife.
大丈夫だって。レナがそんな短絡的なことをするわけないよ。まあ仮にそうでも自分の身くらい守れるからね。
Mion said it brightly, as if trying to tell me she wasn't afraid of anything. But I couldn't be optimistic like her because I knew exactly what Rena was going through. Rena must be determined by now, and she probably wouldn't mind dying fighting against Mion if she wasn't going to win anyway. Of course, that didn't mean she was definitely going to take violent action, but I couldn't deny the possibility either.
それよりおじさんが気にかかるのは、どうしてレナが急に変になっちゃったのか、その理由の方だね。
Was there any reason? I remembered the tragedy. I couldn't remember what made the world go crazy, but I remembered we got lost in that awfully scary world. It started with small things, and those small things continued to pile up one after another. If you thought about it calmly, you'd laugh because it was a really stupid thing. But once those little tiny stupid things started to bother you, you couldn't ignore them. It was that kind of disease. If you could call it one. But there must have been a reason. There must have been a reason that made the world go crazy. But it must be such a small thing that you couldn't even notice. And unfortunately, the reason was very difficult to understand, and you wouldn't be able to figure it out until you died.
親戚にお医者がいてね、ちょっと聞いてみたんだけど、脳とかに腫瘍ができて、たまたまそれが珍しいところだったりすると、性格が急に変わったり、普段と別人みたいになってしまうことがあったりするんだって。大昔はこの病気が悪魔つきや狐つきなんて呼ばれて、オカルト的に脚色されてたこともあるんだってさ。
ってことはつまり脳という体の一部に起きた肉体的な病気ってわけか。
今回に関しては精神的と捉えてもいいかもしれないね。レナはリナ鉄平殺しの後かなり動揺していて、心が不安定になってた時期があった。そんな時期に大石のバカタレが富武さんたちの事件を大げさに吹き込むもんだから。
大石さんって人もさ、高野さんのスクラップ帳に少し似てるとこがあるかもな。
へえ、どの辺が？
なんていうのかな、ひなみ沢村連続開始事件というものが存在しているというあたりについて盲信しているというか、現に5年連続で起こってるのにこんなことを言うのもなんだけど、俺さ、もともと連続事件なんて存在しないんじゃないかって思ってる。
What? Huh? Oishi and Takano-san's scrapbooks have many things in common. Like what? He believes in a set of mysterious deaths happening in Hinamizawa. But there's no way that actually happened, right? Bro. What? Well, I guess Keiichi was never told about Tomitake clawing his throat out and Takano's body being found in the mountains burned to a crisp. It was true that the mysterious incidents happened 5 years in a row, but they were each solved individually. It was the same as a past you didn't need to talk about. We thought of them as a series of mysterious deaths, which is why we thought something was going to happen this year too. It led us to think that there was a conspiracy, and that the Sonosuke family was behind it. We connect those things to the series of mysterious deaths, but we shouldn't do that in the first place. Just like I tried to keep my distance from Rena when I found out about her dark past. Wasn't everybody trying to keep their distance from the dark past of Hinamizawa? Takano's scrapbooks are a good example. She dramatized both recent incidents and old cruel history. And she made feasible stories out of them, saying that the Sonosuke family was behind it all. Oishi-san did the same thing too. He was so convinced that the Sonosuke family was behind it all, it was making him interpret things the wrong way. In that sense, we could say Oishi believed in the same delusion as Rena.
その辺にはさ、何かあるごとに黒幕のように振る舞う園崎家の責任もあるんじゃねえのかな。この村では何かおかしなことがあれば全て園崎家の暗躍、それで決着をつけられてしまう魔法の言葉になっちゃってるんだよ。例えて言えばほら、この世の現象は全てプラズマで説明できるみたいな感じだよ。
ほう、つまりそれは何を、園崎家が全部悪いってわけ？
そうだ、お前が全部悪い。よってお前の名前は今日からプラズマミオンと呼ぶ。
Oh. A new Sonozaki sister has been unlocked. Or I guess if you shorten Plasma Mion, you get Pion. So this is where we got Pion from.
うわ、なんだかレスラーみたいな名前だな。
はあはあ、プロレスラー大いに結構。そうだけじゃん、コブラツイストって知ってる？
Uh-oh.
やめろ、このクソ熱いのに絡みつくな。いててて、やー。
Man, they really know how to lighten the mood. Remember, there's
おはようございますですわ、ケイジ
something
さん。
horrible is gonna happen very soon. More than likely.
おはようなのです。
Satoko and Rika looked a little sad when they saw only the two of us. If the three of us came to school together like always, they would have been really happy, but our classmates were as noisy as usual. Nobody seemed to make a big deal about Rena's absence. Chia-sensei was going to be here soon, and she'd start morning homeroom. Everyone was fooling around as if they didn't want to miss a second of the time until then.
今日は臭い。窓閉めて。
No way. Is Chia-sensei's body gonna be outside, like, the classroom?
バーカ、窓を閉めたらもっと暑くなるんだよ。
It smelled like gasoline or something, and it really stank. Someone from the forestry service must have been putting gasoline into the construction equipment or something. Some students near the windows are making a fuss because they wanted to close the windows to shut out the smell. Our school wasn't a normal school compared to others. We were using part of the forestry service building. Unusual things like this happen sometimes.
いやいや、こんなの大したことないって。いつだったかな、貝塚いぶきを剪定した枝葉をトラック山盛り何杯分か運び込んできたことがあってさ。
Hmm.
あれはひどかった。あの独特の刺激臭は頭痛を起こさせるよね。貝塚いぶきって何ですの？お野菜の名前なのです。たまにカレーに入ってますのですよ。
今度スーパーに行ったら探してみろ。
よくわかんないけど、最初はリカとケイイチさんに毒味をさせた方が良さそうでございますわね。
あれー、俺たちのボールがねえ。王女、お前がまた隠したんだろう。
The boys seemed to be looking for their ball for a while, and they yelled at Satoko.
誰がそんなものを隠しますの？どうせ隠すならもう少し気の利いたものを隠しましたよ。ほらほら、先生来たよ。みんな席に着きな。はい、皆さん、席についてください。
I kept thinking about Rena the whole time during class. I thought about what she said last night. I wonder what her come from behind victory means. According to Takano's delusions, the masterminds behind the bioterrorism were the three families and a group of fanatical believers that controlled those three. In other words, the Sonoseki family. What could Rena do alone against them? Mion lived with her grandmother, the leader of the Sonoseki family. There were only two of them in the house. It was possible that Rena would try to break into their house with a knife, but I'd already come up with that possibility last night. That's why I called Mion and warned her. On the way to school this morning, Mion told me some bodyguards from the Corps had been at her house since this morning. She told me she'd be guarded herself too. There was a black car parked near the school gate. They must have been the bodyguards. But according to Takano's parasite theory, the battle wouldn't end just by attacking the leader of the Sonoseki family. Right, it's not like you're fighting a vampire. According to the delusion she believes in, the conditions of her victory were more complicated than that. She needed to expose the group of fanatics who are behind the Sonosuke family. And she needed to destroy their research on the parasite. Plus, Rena didn't have much time left thanks to that suspicious poison she mentioned. But how exactly could she win a come-from-behind victory under circumstances like that? She might interpret that the town council are the group of fanatics. If so, she might attack them next time they have a meeting at the shrine. The town council meets once a month at most. It would be hard to believe that they were holding a meeting today. Right, she said she was gonna wait for, like, the day that the resurrection of Oyashiro-sama was coming or something. Something along those lines. She probably thought the place researching the parasite is Idia Clinic. Rena suspected that there was something fishy about the clinic from the beginning, and that suspicion must have changed to certainty in her head by now. Did she mean she was going to attack the clinic? Or did that mean she was going to attack the clinic? This wasn't like an action movie. What could she do all by herself? Was she going to start a fire? No, that would be pointless. In order to expose the conspiracy, she'd have to get proof that they were actually studying the parasite. Was she going to break into the clinic and get questionable weird samples? The last problem of all was how much time she had left. If she believed she didn't have much time left, especially under desperate disadvantageous conditions, she might try to stab whoever she thought of as an enemy. But Rena sounded like she really believed she would regain her happy and peaceful days after everything was over. Rena probably meant she was going to stay alive and win. Was there something like an antidote? It didn't have to be real. As long as it was an antidote to Rena's delusions, it didn't matter what it was. It could even be the water you washed your vegetables with. But if she thought she could get the antidote so easily, she wouldn't have been so desperate about the time she has left. The antidote must be difficult for her to get. The easiest place for that, in her delusion, was that it was hidden somewhere in the clinic. Putting it all together like that, I felt like Idia and his clinic were in danger. Now that I thought about it, the elderly people in the village, including the members of the town council, hung out in the waiting room of the clinic all the time. If most of the board members happened to gather there, for her, it'd be the perfect place to attack. I told Mion about that during a lunch break.
普段ならそんなバカなって言いたいところだけど、
God.
その
Imagine
可
she
能性
does
を
a
全く否
terrorist
定で
like
きなくも
bombing
ないからね。
on Idia Clinic. Also, new song. Here, hold on. I'll turn the audio up for a little bit. A second child has hit the clinic, yes. There we go. Actually, let me... one other thing. Just to make sure. Okay. Yeah, we should be good. Anyway.
本家に電話してみるよ。診療所にも人を配置するように言っとく。
Mion didn't object to my crazy idea. She put down her chopsticks and went to the teacher's office to make a phone call.
先ほどからなんだか物騒な話でございますけど、本当にレナさんがそんな恐ろしいことをなさいますの？診療所を襲うなんて信じられませんわ。
するかもしれない。しないかもしれない。でもな、怒っちまったらおしまいなんだよ。惨劇に抗うってことは起こさないように戦うってことなんだから。
何事もないことを祈りたいのです。
わかりました。若いのを2人ほど診療所に送ります。
まさかとは思うけどね。何をやらかすか分かったもんじゃない。
姿を見たら直ちに引っ捕らえてしまって構いませんか？
If she tries to blow up the clinic, can we try to like restrain her forcefully?
うん、
So funny.
本当は嫌なんだけどな。どうしようね。
先日の会合で竜宮レナを確保して 警察に引き渡すことで決着しています。ですので引っ取られても一応筋は通ります。
うちの対面じゃなくてレナの心情的に気の毒だなってこと。できたら本当に静かに決着したいんだけどね。
まあ若いですから。人さえ殺さなければ大抵はごめんなさいで済みますよ。
じゃあアウトかもだ。
いえいえ、見つからなければセーフですから。セーフ。沖宮の界隈ではあの二人の失踪を気にする者はいません。
Huh? Hold on. She might be out of our hands. Ahaha. Hold on. Oh, I guess they mean Pepe and
何かのやばい
yeah.
話を
Okay.
踏ん
Okay.
で夜逃げしたんだろうということになっています。あの程度のゴロつき、次から次へです。ですからセーフ。
アウトだのセーフだの、私ら野球拳でもやってるわけ？まあいいや。それじゃあくれぐれもよろしくお願いします。
了解しました。では引っ取られてよろしいんですね。
ちゃんとタッチアウトにするんだよ。クロスプレーなんかにしないようによろしく頼みます。
I couldn't help but have a silly chat with Kasai. When I put the phone down, I sensed Chia-sensei was looking at me. No wonder, as she had been able to hear the conversation clearly in this tiny room. Chia put her spoon down, and with a sad look on her face, she asked the following.
今の電話は竜宮さんをめぐる話ですか？
Hmm.
まあ、はい。園崎さん、竜宮さんはどうして家出をしちゃったんでしょう。お友達として何か知ってはいませんか？
It was hard for anyone to understand Rena's situation except for me and Kay. So most of them thought that Rena just ran away from home. I think this is the first time we've played through Mion's perspective, or should I say Shion's perspective. But after she did, the cops made too much of a fuss over it. Oishi stupidly believed that the scrapbooks were a big scoop, and he overreacted in trying to find Rena. He had patrol cars running around everywhere in the village. He even used the town council's phone directory to find her. So people in this village thought that Rena did something wrong and was trying to run from the cops. What was going to be difficult for me more than finding her was to make up a story to retrieve Rena's honor after they detain her. What about this? Rena went for a walk, fell down, and hit her head on the edge of some tofu and lost her memory. Oishi misunderstood something big time, and he thought she was a criminal. It was too easy. Anyway, we did make it clear that Oishi was the one who misunderstood everything at the meeting the other day. I had to make the best use of his name while he was feeling down for once. What I'd have to do was not to make a big deal about the situation, and to create an environment that allowed Rena to forget everything that happened in order to get her life back together as soon as possible.
大丈夫ですよ先生。レナは今ちょっと病気になってるだけです。それを警察の某ベテラン刑事が素敵に勘違いして話をややこしくしただけです。
Fat cop made a mistake.
まさか先生、レナが悪いことをして逃走中なんて信じちゃいないですよね。それはもちろんですけど、でも家出することによってご家族におかけしている迷惑を考えれば悪くないということはありません。
She had a fight with her father and she ran away from home for a little while. She acted childish and that's all. Maybe that'd be the best story to go with.
何か悩みがあったのでしょうか。それに気づけなかった私は、教師失格ですね。一度竜宮さんとじっくりお話がしたかったです。先生、ちょっとヘビーに考えすぎです。もうちょっとリラックス。プチ家出なんて今時珍しくないですって。はあ、竜宮さんがこのまま不良になってしまって悪いことを始めたらどうしましょう。
He's really worried. I think this is the first time we've seen Chia be so upset. Ryugu becomes a bad kid. She does something bad and gets arrested by the police. It's her teacher's responsibility. I'll be dishonorably discharged. I can't eat curry anymore. Oh my god. Never mind. She's just being fucking... I'm dead. She's just being selfish. Chia seemed comically upset by her own imagination. It looked funny, so I decided to leave her alone. I made to leave the teacher's office to go back to classroom, but right then the phone
はい、
rang.
もしもし。ひなみ沢文庫でございます。
Chia had to answer the phone all day today because the principal was on a business trip. I exited to the hallway. Then I heard the tone of her voice change.
今どこにいるんですか？
What? I yelled and looked back at her. It was probably Rena. She called the school. I tried to go back inside the teacher's office, but Chia gestured at me not to come in. Chia acknowledged what Rena was saying several times, and then she looked up at the
わ
clock.
かりました。今からすぐ行きます。先生との約束ですよ。
She said only that, put the phone down, and got her
院
purse.
長、
Jeez, sorry, and got her purse out of her locker.
先生は休養ができました。しばらく表へ出ますので、みんなを自習させてください。
She took her car key out from her purse. It was obvious that she was going to see Rena
先
somewhere.
生、今の電話はレナ？
以上です。よろしく頼みますよ、院長。
Chia-sensei completely ignored me and she ran out into the hallway. She ran to the schoolyard and got into her car. The moment her car left through the gate, I ran out to the schoolyard myself. I headed for the black car parked near the gate and knocked on the
お疲れ
window.
様です。今のところ異常ありません。
あー、違う。今出て行った先生の車を追って。多分、行く先にレナがいる。
了解っす。
レナは警戒心が強いから注意してね。捕まえたら有無を言わさずに本家放り込んで、葛西の指示に従うこと。私の友人だよ。怪我なんかさせたら許さないからね。
Rena must have told Chia-sensei that she wanted to talk to her alone. I could tell that easily from the way she ignored my question. I did feel a little bad for ruining their promise, but it was very important that we caught her before she did something wrong. We could still make up an excuse that she was just wandering around because she had a fight with her father and ran away from home. But if she set fire to the clinic or something, there would be nothing I could do. The car made a rough U-turn on the gravel road and it chased after Chia-sensei's car at full speed. I watched the car until it was gone. All I could do now was pray that this would be settled calmly. Oh boy.
あー、みんな敬中。午後の授業は自習になったよ。というわけで、おとなしく席について何かやること。
自習？
Mion ran up to me and spoke quietly.
レナから電話があった。
え、本当か？
うん。ついさっき職員室に電話が。千恵先生が指定された場所に会いに行ったみたい。
レナのやつ、一体どういうつもりなんだ？
わかんない。とにかくうちの車に先生の後を追わせてる。レナには悪いけど、そこで踏んづかまえる。
うまくいくといいな。
荒事には慣れてる連中だよ。任せとこ。
じゃあ捕まえれば一件落着なのか？
だね。そしたらとりあえず病院に放り込むよ。きっと専門の医者が見たらなんだってくらいに典型的な何かの病気だよきっと。強迫性、心因性、ストレスなんたらとか、多分そんな感じのやつ。
While we were spending our afternoon studying peacefully, the members of the Sonozaki family would capture Rena, who was waiting for Chia-sensei somewhere. The problem would be solved. It wasn't going to be easy after that, but I was sure Mion would take good care of her. And in the end, everybody would understand that Rena just ran away from home because of a silly fight with her father. A happy ending.
一件落着でしょ。
Mion winked at me. She looked like she already thought everything was over. but that just didn't sound right to me. I couldn't see any connection between Rena and Chie-sensei. It was hard to explain, but there was something wrong. She's gonna bomb the school. She's gonna shoot up the school. She got Chie-sensei away from there, and now she's gonna come in and like just kill everyone. I wasn't saying that they didn't get along. Rena was a good student, so Chie-sensei had a good relationship with her. But I just didn't understand what Rena wanted from Chie. While I was thinking about it, the door opened and one of our classmates came back from the bathroom. With Rena. I was joking. I was joking about that. But here she is with an axe. She looks so much more defiant in the console version. Ugh. Like, if I was playing this fucking visual novel with these graphics, I would not be able to take this fucking thing seriously. Oh look, it's Rena. Or a skinwalker masquerading as Rena. Anyway, seeing this is fucking terrifying.
Rena!
みんな起立起立教室の真ん中に集まって
Oh my god. Everyone gasped in surprise. Even Chie-sensei couldn't make everybody go so quiet all of a sudden. Rena was gripping the shoulder of the student who came back from the bathroom. In her other hand, she had a big, scary-looking hatchet. It was the same one she had the other night. Everyone immediately understood that Rena had taken a hostage.
みんな聞こえてない
Listen to that electric sound. Ugh.
教室の真ん中に集まって
Like just the electrical current.
机は周りにどけちゃってね
Nobody grasped. There it is. I was expecting that part of the song to kick in. Nobody grasped what she was asking us to do. We all froze. Rena was the only one who was smiling. It was terrifying.
みーちゃん委員
Hold on, did her expression change? No.
長でしょみんなに指示して
レナ、あんた何をやってんの？
A loud noise washed out Mion's voice. Rena hit the teacher's desk really hard with her hatchet. She pulled out the hatchet, making an ominous ripping noise. There was now a line of violence carved plainly into the desk. Uh-oh. She broke it. Chie-sensei's going to get mad when she comes back. No, that wasn't it. What the hell?
みーちゃんはやっぱりダメだねじゃあケイチくんに頼むよケイチくんだけは最後まで私の仲間なんだよねだから信じていいんだよね
Oh my fucking god, dude. Rena, your eyes. You look so scary. Hold on. I'm gonna make sure that the music is actually... Let's max it out. Because it's so good. So it is gonna be a little louder. But anyway. I've never seen eyes like that in my life. Your eyes are full of insanity. Why are people afraid of insanity? Insanity means that a person doesn't share the same values and the same common sense as us. For example, say a thief breaks into your house and he ties you up. You'll get scared and wonder if he's going to stab you before he leaves. But you hope that the thief has feelings too and that he's not going to kill you for no reason. No matter how bad the person is, we tend to believe in his goodwill as long as we share the same values, the same common sense, and the same morals as him. But we can't expect goodwill from somebody who doesn't have those things. We can't expect goodwill from a person who can't communicate with us. When a burglar has a knife and you beg him not to hurt you, you expect him to listen to you and to show you mercy. In other words, you can still communicate with him. But if he doesn't have the ability to communicate, he's just like a monster that's trying to attack you. or like the blade of a guillotine that's falling down on you. You fear him because you can't communicate with him. That's insanity. It was the same fear we were feeling towards Rena at that very moment. She looked like a human just like us, but there was no room for her to communicate with us like a normal person could do. Everybody understood that fear
ケイ
instinctively.
チ君、机をどけさせて教室の真ん中に広場を作って。
わかった。みんなレナが言うのに従おう。
Rena was like a barrel of gunpowder at the moment. She seemed really calm and quiet, but she could explode any minute. When she did, I doubt she'd show us any mercy. She probably wouldn't hesitate to use that hatchet on us. That's right, just like how I didn't feel guilty or hesitate to kill Rena and Mion. Everybody went all quiet while pushing the desks against the wall to make space where Rena wanted it. Rena, saying that we're moving too slow, hit the blackboard with the hatchet, making a horrible noise. Every time she did that, she left an equally horrible scar on the blackboard, the thing that we looked at most in the school.
じゃあケイチ君、みんなのロッカーから縄跳びを出してもらえるかな。それを使ってみんなを後ろ手で縛ってね。
God.
俺縛るのとか下手くそなんだよ。多分上手に縛れないぞ。
後でちゃんと縛れているか全員のを調べる。ゆるい人はその場で殺しちゃうからしっかり縛ってあげてね。
Holy fuck. Oh my god, Rena. If I find the ropes loose, I'll kill the person. So you better tie them up really well. We were still kids. We saw the word kill all the time. It was used a lot in comic books and cartoons after all. So normally you'd assume we'd be used to hearing the word kill. But when Rena said she'd kill us, it sounded so frightening. I'd never heard something like that before in my life. To Rena, our lives were like cards she could use for negotiation. She'd get rid of one card every time somebody refused her request. Get rid of? Damn it, why didn't we use such scary words like get rid of for simple things like playing cards? Anyway, there were about 20 students in the class. There was a little bit too many for Rena to handle. She might get rid of one or two just to set an example. I decided to do what Rena said because I didn't want her to lose her temper. I got out everybody's jump ropes from their lockers.
じゃあみんな床にうつ伏せになってね。ケイチ君は後ろ手にどんどん縛っていって。きっちり縛るんだよ。ケイチ君は私の味方だもん。だからわざとゆるくなんか縛ったりしない。ね。
Mion tried to make eye contact with me. If everybody was tied down, we wouldn't be able to stop her from occupying the school. There was more than 20 students in this class. Half of them were boys, but most of them were smaller than Rena. But there were enough people to overpower her. Oh boy. But if we did that, Rena would probably hit her hostage with the hatchet. And she'd use the hatchet to attack the rest of us without hesitation. It'd be a bloody battle. I'm sure somebody would get hurt if we tried to overpower her. The hostage would be seriously injured or maybe even die. If that happened, it was over. Remember how Mion was like, I'll try to come up with an alibi as to why Rena's acting this way? And then we'll just like try to help her. But if she bombs the clinic, we're fucked. She's taking hostages in the school and is about to probably kill a bunch of them. I think her reputation cannot be salvaged anymore. No matter how hard we try to cover it up, she'd never be able to live peacefully like before. Yeah. Mion seemed to understand that too. I could tell from Rena's eyes that she wasn't going to go easy on us. If somebody showed defiance, she'd break the hostage's head open immediately. Of course, Rena had done that before. She'd probably do it again with no hesitation. But as long as we did what she did, we could prevent that bloody tragedy. If we could somehow solve the situation without shedding any blood, with Mion's influence, we might still be able to pretend that this never happened. At least, we had to make sure she didn't kill anyone. Was this someone else? No.
ケイちゃん。
Mion tried to think of ways to overpower Rena, but she couldn't come up with any good ideas to save the hostages. That's how easy it would be for Rena to kill them. The best thing to do at the time was to wait for a chance without agitating her further. Mion laid on the floor, and everyone else followed suit, sluggish with terror. And I was left alone, standing rooted to the spot with jump ropes in my hands. All my classmates were laying face down on the floor while Rena was pointing the hatchet at the hostage, watching our every move from behind the teacher's desk. I just stood frozen in the middle of it all.
圭一君にはまだまだ手伝ってもらうことがたくさんあるの。だから早くして。あんまり時間がかかると何人かが死んでしまうかもしれない。
Some of the little kids started crying when they heard the word die.
大丈夫だよみんな。圭一君がきっと助けてくれるから。だからきっと誰も殺されないよ。
Damn it. What a bold threat. She said I was her friend, but she was just playing with the meaning of the word. I was the last person who could still fight against Rena under these circumstances. But it wasn't going to be easy to overpower her myself. I wasn't sure if I could do that. Even if I tried to act tough, once Rena pointed the hatchet at somebody's neck, it was over. I shouldn't fight against her for now. I should just wait for a chance. As long as Rena was alone, there would be a chance. She made me tie them up because she couldn't do that herself. There was a limit to what she could do because she was by herself. If we could cover this up somehow before Chia-sensei came back, we'd still be able to pretend like we were kidding around. Even after all this, Keiichi is still wanting to save his friend. He still wants her to, not be misremembered. Not to be seen as some villain. But there's still 20 children in this fucking village that are gonna think that she's a fucking killer. So there's like nothing they can really do about this. I finally realized something. I realized why Rena called Chia-sensei to meet with her. In order for Rena to take over the classroom, she needed to get rid of Chia-sensei. Chia had a very strong sense of justice. Even if Rena had a gun, she wouldn't hesitate to overpower her. She was the kind of teacher who would risk her life for her students. Rena needed to figure out how to get rid of Chia-sensei. That was the key to her plan. Rena probably thought about attacking her from behind at first, but there was a risk there, as Chia-sensei was a grown-up woman, so she probably thought that attacking her directly wasn't a wise choice. So naturally, the next option was to lure her out somewhere. Also, hey Quarantine, thanks so much for stopping by over on the Kick side. Rena called Chia-sensei and told her that she wanted to talk to her in private, in order to lure her out to some place far from here. Most people, including Chia-sensei, thought Rena was just running away from home. So Chia must have thought Rena had some problems she wanted to talk to her about. It was too easy to deceive her. Oh boy. And now she has hostages. Where did she make the phone call from? She probably used the phone in the school. Well, not in the school to be exact. She probably used the phone on the second floor of the school, the one belonging to the forestry service. The school was using part of the forestry service building, but this particular location was more of a branch office, so it's not like somebody was here all the time. Rena knew that, and she probably had been hiding there for a while. She called the phone on the first floor from the second, and made Chia-sensei leave the school. I didn't think it was a coincidence that the principal was on a business trip today. She probably snuck into the school yesterday. She saw the principal's schedule, learned how to call the phone on the first floor from the second, and carried out her plan. Boy. She planned it perfectly. Yeah, I knew it. Rena was insane, but I knew she was actually really calm. She was possessed by her delusion, but she was also unbelievably calm about it. Yeah, she could do this all in 1500 seconds. So, she could still think fast. I knew that very well because I'd been through the same thing before. What's worse is that Mion's bodyguards were gone, and Mion told them to follow Chia-sensei because she thought Chia was going to meet with Rena. Damn it, everything seems to be working out in her favor. Like, I saw all this shit coming from a mile away. Because I know how Ryuki she writes. And at least just from playing Higurashi. But my god, it's still, like, quite something. I tied up the last person and I looked in Rena's direction. If I didn't tie them up really tightly, Rena would kill them. But when I tied them too tightly, they suffered in pain. Their pained cries made me feel useless.
ありがとう、圭一くん。圭一くんを疑りはしないけど、一応全員を調べるね。圭一くんは頭の上で手を組んで うつ伏せに寝ててね。これは全員に言うけど、私の断りなく立ち上がったら殺す。
Here she looks a little weird, if I'm honest. There's just something that's more threatening about this Irena sprite compared to the console one.
本人も殺すし、見せしめでランダムにもう一人殺す。
ランダムじゃよくないね。じゃあこうしよう。言うことを聞かなかった子と出席番号に10を加えた子を殺すにしようか。例えば岡村くんが言うことを聞かなかったとする。そうすると出席番号11番渡辺くんが一緒に殺されちゃう。わかる？常に2人死ぬの。歯向かっても自分の命一つじゃ責任が取れないってこと、よーく胸に刻んでおくんだよ。
How awful. She totally understood how to threaten people. Normally, you stand against an attacker at your own risk. If you fail, you're going to die. But if you were responsible for someone else, then you couldn't try to resist. You can't risk somebody's life with your own decisions.
全員ちゃんと縛れてるね。圭一くん、縛るの下手くそって言ってたけど、結構うまいよ。自信持っていいよ。じゃあ圭一くんは立って。
It was too late to fight back. I followed her orders. I just had to wait for a chance. We could still turn this into some kind of a bad joke. I had to do something. Anyway, what were you planning to do, Rena? Don't tell me this is the come from behind victory you were talking about. Oh boy. Imagine it's like threatening the children. Making sure the parents like show up so they can save their kids or whatever. Oh boy.
クマちゃん、遅れて申し訳ない。状況は？
ご苦労様っす。本日午後1時頃、ひなみ沢営林署内のひなみ沢分校区画にて教室占拠が発生しました。当時教室にいた生徒25名全員が拘束されている模様。犯人側の第一要求は営林署敷地内への一切の立ち入りの禁止と当保へのホットラインの確保です。
ってことは初めっから警察と交渉する気ってことですか？どういうつもりだ？
あと犯人は交渉人に大石さんを指名してます。犯人は竜宮玲奈。
竜宮さんが？わかりました。いいですよ。こうなりゃ腐れんです。とことんお付き合いさせてもらいましょう。
Wish he gave a crooked smile.
竜宮玲奈以外に犯人がいるか不明です。カーテンが閉められているので状況も一切確認できていません。
通報者に選挙時の様子は聞いてませんか？
いえ、竜宮玲奈からの直接の犯行声明でした。よって内部の状況は一切不明。担任は犯行直前に竜宮玲奈の電話呼び出しを受け遠方に呼び出された間の犯行でした。
計画的ですね。営林署側の人間は人質には？
今日は営林署職員は不在でした。よって生徒25名のみ。生徒数は担任が出席簿で確認した人数です。
それプラス犯人ってわけか。竜宮玲奈以外に犯人らしき人影は？
いえ、何度かカーテンから覗く人影がありましたが、いずれも竜宮玲奈本人でした。ですが規模他を考えておそらく最低でももう一人二人はいると予想されます。
単独犯かもしれませんよ。
Ryugu Rena was a true believer in Mio Takano's scrapbooks. According to those scrapbooks, the entire village was Rena Ryugu's enemy. She didn't have anyone she can trust. However, Oishi had also believed in Mio Takano's delusion. It was possible that someone who was influenced in the same way was following Rena Ryugu.
おいさん、校長と担任です。
ああ、どうもどうも、千恵先生。大丈夫ですか？
Oishi ran up to Chie, who was crying with a handkerchief held up to her face. Mind you, Chie was like, we were led to believe that Chie was worried about, Rena falling into bad hands or, becoming a criminal or something. And then we found out that the reason why she felt that way was because she was gonna be fired as an instructor. Because her students became like a school shooter, or I guess in this case, like a criminal.
レナちゃんはとても真面目ないい子なんです。こんなことをするなんて何かの間違いに決まっています。
マニュアル通りなら最近の竜宮さんの状況についてお聞きするところなんですがね。多分竜宮さんに限っては先生より私の方が詳しいように思います。まあ気を落とされずになんとか穏便に解決しますからご安心を。
Chie was huddled over, and Oishi didn't think he could say anything else to her. On the contrary, the principal was staying strong, trying to figure out how to take care of the situation.
大石殿、よろしくお頼みしますぞ。
I don't think we got a portrait for him. We do not.
もしできるなら、人質の交換を申し出たい。ぜひ私と子供たちを交換していただきたい。
校長先生、それは私が悪いんです。
先生方、どうかご自分を責められないでください。先生方には校内の状況についていろいろとお聞きしたいことがありますので、ご協力をお願いいたします。ボンジ君、図面の方で話を聞いてあげてください。
失礼します。
Oh? Here's Kuma guy again, but... Okay.
1号車の無線に高杉課長です。
Unless...
はい、もしもし。大石です。
大石さん、ご苦労さん。状況の大体は熊谷君に聞いたよ。犯人は未成年だそうだね。マスコミ規制の方を厳重に頼むよ。
分かってます。あと、犯人側が私を交渉人に指定してきてるようですが、問題ありませんかね。
竜宮玲奈の件は先日の寄生虫の話以来よく知ってる。その流れなら犯人は君のことをまだ味方だと思ってくれているんだと思う。大石君以外には務まらない。くれぐれもよろしく頼むよ。
本当はすっごく嫌なんですがね。ちょっと今回はいろいろとお騒がせした責任を感じてますので、罪滅ぼしに一つお引き受けさせていただきます。
Did you hear that? Did you hear that carefully? Tsumihoroboshi.
おいさん、車載電話に犯人です。竜宮玲奈です。
早速ご指名の電話が来ました。早速出ることにします。ありがとう。はい、もしもし、大石です。
And I guess we might as well mention this real quick. Tsumihoroboshi. It means atonement. That's what this chapter is about. The title of this chapter, of chapter 6, is, just Higurashi Tsumihoroboshi, which just means atonement. But anyway.
大石さんですか?
Yeah, she's like snapped. She went from clean white text to bright red again.
どうも、竜宮です。
どうもどうも、大石です。
車載電話って電波とかが悪いんですか？
I'm gonna set it to auto for a sec.
たまにちょっと聞こえにくくなりますね。
私と同じでね、定年間近なんですよ、きっと。
Oishi and I exchanged friendly words. A long cord trailed through the hallway from the teacher's office. That cord extended further to the phone on the podium in the
で
classroom.
は本題に入りますね。まず最初にあなたが交渉人たる資格があるか確認します。
自信ないな。お伺いします。
大石さんは私の味方ですよね。
当然じゃないですか。あなたと私で園崎家の陰謀を暴こうじゃないですか。
Oishi answered without hesitation. Was he still my ally? Or was this sly detective just saying what I wanted to hear? Either way, I only had Oishi to depend on. If I couldn't trust him, I was stuck. There would be nothing else I could do.
圭一君も一時期は私が言ってることを信じてくれなかったんだよね。でも今は信じるでしょ？
Keiichi was sitting on the floor away from me, with his head resting in his hands.
今はもう私の仲間で味方だもんね。
ああ、そうだ。
Rena Ryugu asked Keiichi Maebara if he was her comrade, but I couldn't hear his voice. Was she trying to tell me that Keiichi was still alive, or that he was being forced to obey her because of the
前
hostages?
原さんも竜宮さんの味方なんですね。心強いことです。でもあなたも一時期前原さんを少し疑われていたじゃないですか。
モデルガンの事件を聞いてなんて人だろうって思った。でも過去の事件で今を見損なっちゃいけない。それらを踏み台にして私たちはより良い理想の自分になれるように成長していかなくちゃならないんだから。
とてもいいことを言いますね。まさにその通りです。
だから私たちは許し合ったの。だから圭一君のことを私はもう疑わない。圭一君は仲間。
わかりました。ならばそれは私にとっても圭一君は仲間ということですね。圭一君に私がよろしくと言ってると伝えてください。
後で言っておきますね。
圭一君にも新しい仲間としてご挨拶がしたいです。受話器に出てもらうことはできますか？
The conversation stopped suddenly. That made me nervous. Did I say something wrong?
いいよ。圭一君、大石さんから電話だよ。
I heard some rattling and rustling on the other side of the phone.
もしもし、前原です。
He sounded monotone. Unable to disobey, Keiichi must have been pretending to follow Rena Ryugu's orders.
どうもどうも、前原さん。沖宮署の大石です。この度はお世話になります。お互い頑張りましょ
はい。よろしくお願いします。
竜宮さんは今何をしてますか？
教室の中を歩いてますよ。
前原さん、イエスならはい、ノーなら A と相槌を打ってください。あなたは竜宮さんが何を要求しようとしているか知っていますか？
ええ。
That answer told me for sure. Keiichi wasn't Rena's accomplice. There's no way Rena wouldn't tell her accomplice what she wanted after planning a hostage situation like this. How would he help someone who wouldn't even tell him what she
単
wanted?
刀直入にお聞きします。あなたは竜宮レナの味方？いえいえ、質問を変えます。あなたは竜宮レナに脅迫されて従っているふりをしている。
はい。
There you go. The other guy in the car listening to in our conversation raised their fist in victory.
犯人は竜宮レナの一人だけ？
はい。
If she was the only suspect, then we could respond appropriately. I guess nobody else believed in Takano's scrapbooks. If so, my being fooled was even more embarrassing. As I thought about my next question, I heard the phone being taken away from Keiji. Rena came back on the line.
ね、圭一君は味方でしょ？
ねえ、そうでした。とても頼もしいですよ。
で、今度は大石さんが話してくれる番。前の電話で約束した園崎家関係への一斉捜査はどうですか？秘密の研究施設は発見できましたか？
I had to decide on what to say. Should I tell her we conducted raids or not? Maybe she already knew we didn't raid. Maybe she was just testing me.
今ですね、県警の防隊と公安部で一斉捜査作戦を準備中なんです。何しろ市内全域を一斉にやりますからね。調整に多少の時間が。
See, the thing is, Oishi.
大石さん、私たちは今獅子骨氏が置かれている緊急的危機についてよく理解し合っているんじゃなかったでしたっけ？何をのんびりとしたこと。大石さん、本当に私の話を信じてくれているんですよね？私の味方なんですよね？味方ですよね？答えてください。
もちろんですとも。ですが、警察組織ってやつは簡単じゃないんです。私も最大限努力をしてるんですよ。本当です。ただですね、やはり話の規模があまりに大きすぎるもので。
大石さん、私奴らにどこかで毒を盛られました。富武さんにあの異常な死に方を強いた原子の力を持った寄生虫、あれをどこかで盛られたんです。昨日から痒くて仕方がない。もう私首をかきむしりすぎて血まみれなんです。いつ錯乱して喉をかき破ってしまうかもわからないというのに、大石さんは何をもたもたと。
I knew it. Oishi didn't realize how dire the situation was. He understood there was some kind of conspiracy in Hinamizawa, but he didn't realize how soon our plan was going to be executed. Besides, I was already feeling itchy all over my body and was bound to soon die the same way as Tomitake.
申し訳ないです。これでも頑張っているんです。ただですね、みんな言うんですよ。証拠はないのかと。
証拠があればすぐに動いてくれるんですか？
Mio's scrapbooks. Maybe that was what I'd need to convince the police. I was afraid someone would destroy the evidence if I handed them over to Oishi, so I kept them with me. But I didn't have much longer to live. I might not even make it until tomorrow morning. That's right. I might be dead forever before tomorrow. Or I might be dead before tomorrow. I would die tonight. The word I got forever from.
ミオさんのスクラップ帳をお渡しします。それでどうか他の警察の人たちを一刻も早く説得してください。
助かります。そのスクラップ帳をぜひ。
I looked through my backpack, which was lying at my feet. Mio's scrapbooks were in there.
これは私たちの切り札です。大石さん、くれぐれも、いや絶対によろしくお願いします。
わかりました。信頼してください。必ずや奴らの陰謀を暴いてみせます。
でもまあ多分警察も組織だからそうなんだろうなとは思ってたんです。だからちょっと強引なやり方だけどこんな形を取らせてもらったんです。大石さんは私に要求されて仕方なくやっているという言い訳ができるはず。なんとかこのチャンスを有効に生かしてください。
ありがとうございます。
Holy fuck. That's her reason for doing all this?
あなたの期待に添えるよう努力します。ではどうしましょう。私が受け取りに参りましょうか。
I knew she wouldn't let me into the classroom. She was still cautious. I could guess where Rena was going to take this thing, so I tried to stay ahead of her. I handed a memo with my instructions on it to a colleague.
さすがに私がこの場を離れるわけにはいかないので、代わりに圭一君に持って行かせます。
この方がいいかもしれません。やはりあなたが学校の外へ出ればもしやということもあるかもしれませんので。
もしやって？
いえ、この騒ぎをもう園崎家も嗅ぎつけているでしょう。あなたがこういう手に打って出るとは思わなかったでしょうから、強引な手で口封じをしてくる可能性があります。
口封じ？
Uh-oh.
それって
狙撃です。園崎家のヒットマンは多分あなたがこれ以上騒ぎを大きくする前に狙撃しようと企むでしょう。だからあなたは表に出ない方がいい。窓にも近づかないでください。
He's gonna snipe you. Oh my god.
さっきから何度か顔を出しているようですが、あれは危ない。そこを撃たれてしまいますよ。
ちょっと、周りには警察がいるんでしょ？そんなの未然に防げないんですか？
防げるなら防ぎます。ですがね、周りの視界が良すぎます。訓練を受けたものなら400メートルくらいはやすやすと狙撃するそうです。ましてやあなたもご存知の通り、園崎家の特攻隊は軍事訓練を受け、中でも暗殺技術に関しては特に習得しています。奴らは侮らないでください。園崎家の陰謀を暴くにはあなたの力がまだまだ必要なんです。
わかりました。忠告をありがとうございます。どうせ明日まで持たない命でも今終わらせるわけにはいきませんので。
そうですともそうですとも。いいですか、くれぐれも窓から顔を覗かせないでくださいよ。用心してください。
The phone conversation ended. Then Ryugu was going to let Keiichi deliver the scrapbooks.
さっき書いたやつ用意できてますね。
OK です。うまく渡せますかね。
狙撃されるかもしれないと脅して外を覗かせないようにしたつもりです。でもまあ見てるでしょうね。そこはうまくやります。
I roughly understood what was going on from the phone conversation.
じゃあケイチ君、これとても大切なスクラップ帳、園崎家の陰謀と奴らの侵略の証拠を暴く証拠、大石さんに渡してきてね。渡したらすぐに戻ってくるんだよ。
If you
見
don't,
てるからね。
I will split someone's head open.
変なことをしたら怒るからね。
Rena took out a couple of old scrapbooks from her backpack and gave them to me. Then she cast a sidelong glance at Mion.
みーちゃんにも後で話すよ。みーちゃんの家がどれほど恐ろしい陰謀を企んでいるかをね。ひょっとするともう知ってるのかもしれないけどね。じゃあケイチ君、行ってきて。校庭の真ん中まででいいよ。余計な立ち話とかしちゃダメ。
She pulled the hatchet again. Oh no.
ケイチ君は持っていくだけだから無言でいいや。おしゃべり禁止だからね。おしゃべりしたら千恵先生なら T 定規で叩くけど、私ならなんで叩いちゃおうかな。
分かってるよ。無言で持っていくからそのナタを下ろせ。俺はレナの仲間だろ。仲間だったら信用しろな。
そうだね。仲間だから信用するよ。だから裏切らないでね。
Rena's eyes were telling me clearly. They were telling me she didn't trust me. But even in this state, she also knew she shouldn't distrust her friends. Therefore, although she couldn't trust me, she was pretending to. That was why she didn't tie me up.
じゃあ行ってくる。すぐ戻るよ。
よろしくね。
I walked past my friends who were lying on the floor and headed to the exit. I saw some of their faces as I passed. Some were fearful, Some were sure that I'd use this opportunity to run. Some were scared that they'd die if I did. Don't worry, guys. I won't let her even touch any of you. If Rena tries to do something, I'll stop her even if I have to risk my own life. Anyway, I'll do whatever it took to ensure that nobody died. I had to make sure Rena didn't get angry. I just wait for the right moment. I went down to the school entrance and changed my shoes, then unlocked the door and stepped outside. I felt the fresh air on my skin. I saw the lights from the police cars. I could feel all the policemen looking at me. As soon as I was in the schoolyard, a little voice tried to tempt me. I was free from Rena now. If I ran off the school grounds, I'd be free. What was I thinking? If I did something like that, Rena would go crazy and who knows what else she'd do. The important thing here wasn't my safety. It was to make sure that Rena didn't kill anyone. I saw a big man coming towards me from the school gate. Oishi.
前原圭一さんですね。どうもどうも。
Yeah, they've never
沖
met.
宮市の大石で
That's
す。
true.
クラちゃんと呼んでくださっても。
Kura.
すみません。
Yeah, Kurado.
レナから何も喋らずにこれを渡せって言われてます。だから無言でこれを受け取ってください。
わかりました。それが問題のスクラップ帳ですね。お預かりします。
I tried to hand the scrapbooks to Oishi, but he stepped aside a little. Eh? Confused as to what he was doing, I changed my position and handed them to him again. He took them that time. And at that point, Oishi put something that was under his jacket into my pocket.
大丈夫です。校舎はあなたの背中ですから、竜宮さんが窓から見てたとしても、今のやりとりは見えていません。
何なんですかこれは。
I couldn't look into my pocket because I didn't want Rena to suspect anything, but whatever it was pretty heavy for its size. Is it a knife? Is it a gun?
あなたへのメモもあります。教室へ戻る途中で竜宮さんに見つからないようにこっそり読んでください。では、そのまま戻って。これ以上は不信がられます。
I just followed his directions. I was worried Rena had begun to suspect something. When I looked at the classroom, the curtains were closed. But that didn't mean she wasn't peeking out through a crack. Oh boy. I went back to the entrance and locked the door. If Rena checked and found the door unlocked, it could cause more trouble. Rena was in the classroom. There was no way she'd come down this way. She was alone. If she left the classroom, everyone would get up and run. They couldn't run because Rena was there, but they were all waiting for their chance. The entrance, then, was Rena's blind spot. As I changed my shoes, I quickly removed what Oishi had put into my pocket. There was a radio with an earpiece, and something else that looked like a short police baton. There was also a folded piece of paper. I opened the piece of paper and saw a note written in small print. Dear Mayabara-kun, please hide the bug in your pocket. It picks up even a low voice so you can use it to get in touch with me. By using the earphone, you can hear me in return. There's also a spray for self-protection. It sprays as far as 1 meter. Make sure you aim for the face. This must be the spray. I guess it's safe to try it here. What? I held down the button and gas sprayed out from the nozzle. What are you doing? Compared to Rena's hatchet, this required some caution, but it was small enough to fit inside of my hand. It was reassuring that I could hide it so easily. What do you do? She's gonna fucking sniff it! In other words, it was now possible for me to stop Rena. As I realized all my classmates' fates rested on my shoulders, I felt sweat form on my face. The memo continued. The spray is just for self-defense purposes. Pepper spray only impairs eyesight, and while it makes the enemy powerless due to the extreme pain and coughing for at least 30 minutes, it's not powerful enough to render them unconscious. Therefore, please don't forget that there's a possibility that your enemy may fight back desperately in a panic. The spray is your last resort. Oh boy. Please don't depend on it, but if you need to, make sure you use it. Oishi. Oishi じゃないよ。 It's not tasty. Anyway, was he telling me to use it or not? Oh my god, Keiichi, you dense motherfucker. That was probably one of those grown-up issues. If the cops entrusted me solely with the fate of the hostages and I failed, they'd be held liable. So while he gave me a weapon, he made me consider its use. I hid the bug and the spray in my pockets and went back to the classroom. I felt a little dizzy, maybe because I was nervous. I was simply following Rena's orders because I had no other choice, or maybe it's the fucking gas that you just sprayed. That's why I wasn't scared. But things were different from before. I had a weapon. I was in a far better position. But my heart was pounding. Humans are so strange. Shit. What am I gonna do? What should I do, Keiichi? Did I want to fight with Rena? The memo said the spray only reaches as far as 1 meter. 1 meter. It was basically a hand-to-hand battle. That meant I only had one opportunity. I didn't have a second chance. The memo also said I needed to aim for her face. That wasn't gonna be easy. Shit. Besides, Rena was cautious. How could I stand directly in front of her within 1 meter? Her hatchet is like 1 meter long anyway. But that's what I'd have to do if I was to have any chances of winning. Rena would do anything to reach her goal. She wouldn't even hesitate to kill. Just like how I didn't. Of course, things were already extremely serious. An apology definitely wouldn't be enough. But at least there hadn't been any casualties. The more time passed, the more irritated Rena would get. She might demand something again, and she might kill someone that time to show how serious she was. Bad things had already taken place, but a tragedy hadn't occurred yet. But it was almost there. It was almost here. It wasn't very far at all. When I closed my eyes, I could easily picture Rena killing one classmate after another. After I killed Rena and Mion, my room was covered in blood. If she killed 20 people, the classroom would be a pool of it. If that happened, Rena would. She still wouldn't realize she was being delusional. She would rip out her own throat and die. That would be too big a cross for her to carry, and one day she would remember and be saddened. She didn't need to go through that. I didn't want Rena to go through what I had to go through. Shit, I felt dizzy. It was a very long hallway. I didn't know the classroom was so far. With each step I took, my determination to fight Rena became stronger. Rena would be shocked to realize I betrayed her. But if she couldn't wake up from the nightmare on her own, someone else would have to wake her up. And her friends needed to be the ones to do that.
おかえり、ケイチ君。大石さん、何か言ってた？
なんだ?
As soon as I stepped into the classroom, I smelled something. Everyone had moved to one corner of the classroom. The smell reminded me of a gas station. Was it gasoline? Oh, I knew it. Oh boy. I saw a red gasoline container by Rena's feet. The cap was open. It was seemingly sturdy and made of metal. It said gasoline on the side, written in felt marker. She must have spread it across the entire classroom. The smell was almost giving me a headache. No, it wasn't just in the classroom. The classmates were soaked in gasoline too. How could she... I see. This was just like a hijacker holding a bomb. If the police were to rush in, she would burn the hostages. I didn't know where she got it, but she had a lighter in her left hand.
Rena, これはどういう真似だよ?
Holy fuck,
も
dude.
ちろんやらないよ。万が一の時の保険なの。私だって大好きなみんなのバーベキューなんて見たくない。だから冗談で済んでほしいって思ってる。
Rena showed off the lighter. Obviously, she was trying to threaten me. I've heard about people committing suicide by setting themselves on fire. They pour gasoline on themselves and light it ablaze. You might think that if it was extinguished right away, it wouldn't be that bad. But human skin is supposedly very delicate. They say that even if 30% of a person's skin gets burned, it's enough to be fatal. Yeah. If it was your entire body, it would result in death for sure. I had been put in a disadvantageous position. My weapon might take Rena's sight, but I couldn't stop her from using the lighter. She'd probably use it the moment she's attacked. I didn't know if she realized it, but the kind of lighter she had would keep burning until the lid was closed. Therefore, all she'd have to do was light it and drop it on the floor. In other words, my spray can wouldn't make Rena powerless at all. The last resort Oishi gave me had already lost all of its power.
保険なんて大丈夫だろう。大石さんはスクラップ帳があればきっと警察を納得させられる。そうなればあとは一斉捜査で奴らの陰謀が暴ける。そうなんだろう。
あのスクラップ帳だけで本当に動いてくれるかな。お役所ってのはお尻の重いところだそうだからね。
Rena was thinking that if she didn't see any progress with the scrapbook, she'd be pressured by the police. She'd pressure the police by letting them know about the
と
gasoline.
りあえずは大石さんを信じよう。あとは家宝を待つだけだろう。
そうだね。じゃあさっきの話の続きをするかな。それでね、その寄生虫は長い時間を経るうちに徐々に無害になっていったの。でもそれでは面白くない人たちがいた。それがひなみ沢御三家なの。だから彼らは
Rena was simply telling everyone what she heard from Takano. I started mumbling so I could let Oishi-san know what was going on.
すごい匂いだよな。ガソリンをポリタンク丸々ぶちまけるとすごいもんだ。
I was pretending to mumble to myself so I could only say it very quietly. I wish I could say it louder, but that was probably impossible. I wasn't sure if Oishi could hear me. I thought of an idea to find out whether or not they could hear me.
車のクラクション聞きたいな。
クマちゃん、クラクション一発。
Kuma honked
ガ
once
ソリ
quickly.
ンとは参ったっすね。これでさっきからなんとなく感じてた匂いの正体が分かりました。
What a fucking
この
situation
後
to
の
be in.
要求を押し通すための切り札にするつもりでしょうね。
Jesus
クマちゃん、
fuck.
普通の若い子がポリタンクって言い方をしたら18リットル入りのあれですよね。
さあ、多分。
小宮山君、営林署の人まだ返してないですよね。ちょっと呼んでもらえます？なるほどね。携行缶にはちゃんとガソリンと明記してあると、灯油のポリタンクにも灯油とちゃんと書いてある？
はい。中身を間違えたら大変ですから、すべての燃料容器にはちゃんと明記してあります。
Not too many people know this, but regular portable tanks can't hold gasoline. Gasoline, while common, is extremely flammable, and it can be lit even with static electricity. Therefore, gasoline must be kept in special metal containers. Really? Those are called carrying cans.
じゃあ前原さんがガソリンって言ったのは間違いなくガソリンなわけだ。携行缶は何リットルのサイズのがあったんですか
？18リットル用と5リットル用の2種類があったと記憶してます。
5リットル用って多分平たい形をしたやつですよね。
ええ。真っ赤で平たくてこう取っ手がついています。
Right.
前原圭一はポリタンクという言い方をしましたね。18リットルの方でしょうか。
あるいは見慣れない形だったんで、とりあえず適当な言葉が思いつかずポリタンクという言い方をしたのかもしれない。でもどのみち本当にガソリンだとしたらかなり危険なことになります。
Gasoline burns when lit. But what's an even bigger threat than liquid gasoline are the fumes. When gasoline fumes are lit on fire, they explode. Also, gasoline evaporates easily. Even at freezing temperatures, it evaporates. And so, in other words, inside the closed classroom, the fumes would fill the entire space. The classroom would then become a bomb itself.
危険物第4類とかわかる？
いえ、気化ガソリンが危険だってことは理解してるんですが、詳しいことまでは。
18リットルと5リットルで最悪の場合どの程度規模が違うか調べときたいな。そうだ、ジジイに聞いてみよう。署に連絡して鑑識のじい様がいるか聞いてみて。
おお、
話は聞いちょるぞい。犯人に直接名指しだそうじゃの。リーチ一発振り込みドカーンってところじゃの。
リーチパツロン。
裏まで乗っちゃって大変なことになってます。
God.
そのドカンってのは実に笑えないですな。ところですいません。危険物の第4種はお持ちで。
おつよんか？
We're getting mahjong like
こ
jokes
こに
right
いる
now.
人間全員足せば講師じゃぞい。どうした？ガソリンでも巻いて籠城しとるんか？
まさにそのようです。人質の一人に盗聴器を持たせてるんですが、どうも犯人は教室内にガソリンを撒いたようなんです。ただ撒いた量が18リットル缶か5リットル缶かは分かりません。両方のケースのですね、最悪の場合について教えてもらえませんかね。
教室の広さは？
だいたい50平米ですね。
室内は密閉か。
おそらく。さぞやガソリン臭いだろうと思います。
おいし、まずいぞい。
やっぱりシャレになりませんか？
教室は粉々に吹っ飛ぶぞい。教室内はまず全員死ぬな。
そりゃ18リットルの場合ですか？
アホ、5リットルの場合じゃ。わしの記憶がボケてないなら、1.8メートルの室内を吹き飛ばすのに4リットルもあれば十分だったはずじゃ。
The policeman listening to their conversation on the side went pale. 8 by 8 meters meant a room that was 64 square meters. Only 4 liters are needed to blow that up, and at least 5 liters were scattered in a 50 square meter room.
つまりお釣りが来るってことですね。嫌なリーチだな。じゃあ聞きたくはないんですが、18リットルだったら？
そうだのう。大石風に例えると、親のリーチ一発ピンフ単葉を赤々ドラドラに振り込む感じかの
あ、どういう意味っすか？
親の倍満24000点。配給減点が25000点だから、1000点本は1本残るってことですかね。
そんなところだのう。柱1本くらいは残るかもしれんぞい。
そりゃあ振り込みたくないリーチだな。ね。
今のうちに消防署に連絡して化学車両を待機させた方がいいだろうのう。事件解決後の処理は消防の指示を仰ぐ必要があるぞい。
参ったな。こいつは盗聴情報なんで消防車を呼び寄せたらバレちまうな。なんとか学校から見えないところに待機させましょう。
それがいいの。あとそれから大石、盗聴器と言ったな。
ねえ、さっき人質の一人と接触できましてね。その際にこっそりと盗聴器を持たせました。ガソリン散布はそれで分かったんですよ。
まずいの。化学火災の事例で発火原因に電子機器のランプの点灯があったはずだぞい。ガソリンの発火点は300度程度。火花はおろか、静電気でも着火して爆発する。
冗談じゃない。なんだってそんな危険な液体がこうも簡単に世の中にあるんですかね。
知るか。消防法と自動車社会を作った連中に言え。6月だからの。そう空気も乾燥しとらんとは思うが、とにかく万が一に備えて盗聴器の電源を切らせた方がいいだろうの。
大石さん、盗聴器で聞く限り犯人はライターを所持している模様です。
ってことはつまり前原さんがスプレーを使って静止しようとしても着火までは防げない可能性が大ってわけだ。しかも盗聴器まで使えなくなるとは。なんてこった。
大石、ライターはまずいぞ。冗談でもいじらせてはならん。犯人もガソリンの危険性を認知しとらん可能性がある。量を聞く限りとても知識があるとは思えんぞ。
Oishi's back was covered with a cold sweat. He never even thought this would turn into such a serious matter. He didn't know how dangerous gasoline was. He didn't know because he'd never heard of cars exploding in car accidents. He knew it was dangerous, but he didn't know what it was capable of. Gasoline is more dangerous once it evaporates. Therefore, a burning car in an accident and gasoline fumes being ignited are at completely different intervals. It's quite simple to understand if you think about how a car engine works. Cars vaporize gasoline in the carburetor and let it explode in the engine cylinders. In other words, that little explosion in the engine is what gives cars power to move. Therefore, if you want more power, an engine needs to be bigger to create a bigger explosion. For the most part, yes. So if an engine cylinder was the size of a classroom, how much power would it create? Anyone with knowledge of engines would know. But a lot of people don't consider how dangerous evaporated gasoline is. Because it's too familiar. 25 hostages and 1 hostage taker. All 26 people were basically stuck in a huge bomb. Furthermore, the suspect might accidentally set it off. If she were to pretend to light the lighter as a threat, that would be the end. All of the people around Oishi had gone pale. The classroom might explode at any moment. How could they save all the hostages? Especially when the criminal was living in her own delusion and her requests were something so unreal.
失礼します。先ほど受け取ったスクラップ帳の中に犯人からと思われる文書が見つかりました。
One of the policemen brought over a folded piece of paper. Oishi opened it while the others watched. He saw girlish handwriting on the paper. He could tell this was written before she invaded the school. Dear Oishi, if you're reading this letter, that means I'm at the final stage. I must have seized the school and held the students as hostages. I'm planning to appoint you as a negotiator, so please pretend to be threatened by me and become my contact with the outside. The first thing I want to tell you is that my enemy is the Sonozuki family and also the aliens who are pretending to be parasites that control the Sonozuki family.
宇宙人?
I didn't think you'd believe me if I brought up the aliens, so I didn't tell you about them until now. But when you read these scrapbooks, you will understand. The aliens came to Earth in UFOs in ancient times. They landed in Onigashiki Swamp. They used this village as their breeding grounds. And through that selective breeding, they whitened their domain. They were successful, and now they're trying to invade the Earth.
なんだこりゃ。
All the other policemen frowned at the letter.
いやいや、驚きませんよ。高野の他のスクラップ帳も読みましたが、これに負けじを取らずの親切揃いです。個人的にはオッシーが面白かったな。
Sonozuki family as well as the village authorities have been brainwashed by the aliens. The villagers' attempt to revive the cult of Oyashiro-sama were actually part of the alien strategy to invade the Earth. The aliens were very clever. They don't let people realize they're being controlled. The Idia Clinic must be their secret research center. Please conduct an investigation and expose their secret. Also, please check out the bottom of the swamp. How? The UFO must still be there. Also, capture all the relatives of the 3 families and take x-rays of their brains. You'll find hideous parasites inside of them. But please be careful. The aliens eliminate whoever finds out about them by replacing their host with a look-alike. That's how they've been controlling the village. Therefore, there may already be some aliens among the villagers. It is possible that they will try to interfere with your investigation. As a matter of fact, there have been lookalikes of Mio Takano, Rikafurude, and me, Rena Ryugu. If you see any of the 3, capture them immediately. That will be the proof of aliens existing among us.
高野美代? どうしてでしょうね。
ああ、あれだ。俺さ、彼女との電話で岐阜県警さんの検視で1日ズレがあったかもしれないですよって言っちゃったことがあったんですよ。
ああ、検視結果のミスの話ですか。
Mistake.
それで私、祭りの日には死んでたはずなのにどうしていたのかななんてことを言っちゃったんです。
Mistake?
それをこういう風に解釈するとはな。ふざけ半分で脅しすぎたかな。
No, Oishi, it's a
自分
doppelganger.
の名前が含まれてるのも奇妙ですね。鏡に映ったのでも見間違えたとか。
One of the policemen spoke up. He was one of the pair who searched the garbage dump that night.
これは俺、わかるわ。ほら、竜宮レナを探し回った晩、小倉で目撃されたって話があったでしょ。あれだよ。あれは多分、村人の誰かが流したデマなんだよ。で、それを本人がどこかで聞いて、自分がもう一人いるように錯覚した。
さったり、ノストラダムスだっけ？あれの大予言と同じですね。何が起こっても予言に含まれるように解釈しちまう。今の竜宮レナは箸が転んだって宇宙人の仕業だって言い出すぞ。
あるいはいずれ捕まることを予見して精神鑑定で有利になる資料を先に用意したとか。
そんなことあの子は考えてないよ。あの子は本気で信じてる。いや、本気の本気で。コロッと生かされた私だからわかるんです。彼女は本気で信じてるんだ。このインチキスクラップ帳を。
あ、まだ一枚あるっすよ。何？
P.S. I was poisoned yesterday with the same stuff that killed Tomitake. I've been scratching my throat since then. I will probably have clawed at my throat open by tomorrow. If you can find the antidote when you investigate Idiot Clinic, please bring it to me.
これは使えるな。
ですね。本気で宇宙人の話を真に受けてるなら解毒剤だと言えばうまく騙せるかも。
But you may not find the antidote, or maybe it'll be too late by the time you do. Therefore, considering the time I have left, I will set 7 p.m. tonight as the deadline. If an investigation doesn't take place and the antidote doesn't arrive by 7 p.m., I will choose to die with all the hostages by lighting the gasoline instead.
19時？今何時だ
？18時前です。
Oh my god. Days are long nowadays. It doesn't get dark, even in the evenings. It'll probably start to get dark around 7 p.m.
あと1時間か。いや、1時間を待たずに火遊びで大爆発するかも。くそ！どうすりゃいい？
何が地球侵略と戦うだ。それに人質を巻き込むなんてめちゃくちゃだ。
めちゃくちゃなんです。今の彼女にはまともな交渉なんか通用しない。しかも本人は冷静だと思ってる分だけタチが悪い。
おいさん、それより次の文章。
ん？
There's more?
何？
I'm planning to spread gasoline throughout the classroom. I'm sure you realize how dangerous that is. If anyone suggests storming into the room, please tell them exactly how bad an idea that would be. Also, the hostages are anchored down with U-shaped bike locks. Even if those alien policemen rushed in and killed me, they'd have to cut each lock. But if you tried cutting them, you might create sparks. Therefore, you need to completely ventilate the room first. In other words, it will take an extremely long time to rescue all the hostages from the classroom. Actually, I have a different explosive system set up other than the gasoline I spread. It's a very simple time bomb using gasoline and a kitchen timer. The kitchen timer provides electricity at a set time. I ripped the tip off its plug so it will create enough sparks to ignite the gasoline. What? I've already set the timer to 7 p.m. Even if I'm not around, there will be an explosion at that time. If the classroom isn't ventilated by that time, it'll explode too. I'm sorry to ask you like this, Oishi-san, but please help me so we can avoid a tragedy. Excuse me? Please let the three families know that Mion Sonozuki, the successor to the head of the Sonozuki family, and Rika Furude, a mascot for the cult of Oyashiro-sama, are in this classroom. If anyone from the three families helps you, I'm sure their conspiracy will be exposed by tonight. The alien invasion is going to happen very soon. Please get going quickly. To my ally, Oishi-san. Rena Ryugu. Holy fuck, dude. Oishi threw the scrapbooks to the ground.
くそったり！何が味方だ！
キッチンタイマーって目覚まし時計みたいなもんですか？
It's incriminating him as well, which
昔
fucking
の炊飯
sucks.
器とかにはタイマーがついてないものも多かったんですよ。それでね、コンセント穴のついたキッチンタイマーって名前の目覚まし時計がありましてね。そのコンセントに炊飯器を挿しておけば、仕掛けた時刻に自動的に電源が供給されて、指定時刻に炊飯器が電源オンにできるって代物です。
Holy fuck, dude.
そりゃ便利そうですね。
確かにそれを流用すれば、次元発火装置なんて簡単にでっち上げられる。キッチンタイマーってあたりが女の子っぽくてなんだか複雑だな。
電力会社に頼んで電力を落とすとかはどうすかね。コード式なら電力がなければ無力化できます。ああ、でもダメか。教室が真っ暗になるのと同時にライターをつけるに決まってますよね。
やっぱり解毒剤の線をついて遅効性の睡眠薬でも与えますか。遅効性ですよ。多分自身に使う前に人質に試すはずです。注意してください。
了解です。手配します。
あと前原さんともう一度話したいな。竜宮レナが間違ってライターをいじらないようにうまくなだめてもらわないと。あと盗聴器もオフにさせないといけません。盗聴器はどう？面白いことは拾いましたか？
犯人が人質に危害を加えている模様です。
なんてこった。
どうも園崎ミオンに対してのようです。
She's been beating Mion? Oh my god.
やめろレナ。
Rena kept hitting Mion, who had her hands tied behind her back. Rena wasn't using her fist, but instead the handle of the hatchet.
圭一君はそこの壁から動かない約束だよ。動いたらレナも怒るんだからね。
Rena's gaze intimidated me. Her eyes were full of madness. I could feel Rena's emotions boiling over on the inside. If I opposed her, she would easily cut off Mion's arms.
とにかく私が許せなかったことは、みーちゃんが死体を掘り出して警察に売ったことだよ。信じてたのに。信じてたのに。
Rena hit Mion's face over and over. It wasn't just Mion's hands that were tied behind her. Her neck was also tied to a window frame with a bike lock. So there was no way that Mion could protect her face. I didn't know if her forehead was cut or if her nose was bleeding, but her face was covered in blood. Her blood got on the handle of the hatchet, and every time she got hit with it, more blood was smeared on her face. The handle of the hatchet could easily smash her forehead. Because of her position in the Sonosuke family, Mion couldn't say that she hit the bodies. However, Rena continued to attack her. Rena no longer had any restraint. She might even continue until Mion's front teeth were broken.
やめるんだレナ。ミオン、もういいだろう。俺が話す。本
So
当
all
の
she
こ
could
と
do
を
was
話す
endure
か
it.
ら。
That's what it was.
レナ、ミオンを殴るのをやめるんだ。
本当のことって何？圭一君。
ダメだよ、ケイちゃん。
クラスのみんな、今から言う話は頼む。聞かないでくれ。少し物騒な話をするかもしれないが、悪いことの話じゃないんだ。だから聞かないでくれ。耳に入っても忘れてくれ。頼む。
どういう話だろう。聞かせてくれるかな、圭一君。
難しい話じゃないんだ。あれはお前のためだったんだよ。あの埋めた場所が今年の夏に営林署が伐採で立ち入ることになってたのを後日に知ったんだ。だからあのままじゃまずいと思ってミオンがもっと別の安全な場所に隠してくれたんだよ。
その話はあの晩に聞いてるよ。そしてそんなのはみーちゃんの作った嘘だとも言わなかったっけ。
なんで嘘なんかつかなきゃならないんだ。仲間を助けるのは当然じゃないか。だからミオンがお前を助けるためにやってくれたんだよ。
嘘だよ、嘘だよ、信じないよ。ならなんで でそんなことを私に相談せずにこっそりとやったの？
Why did Mion even have to tell her? Mion was trying to be delicate. Mion did her best trying to hide what Rena did. Mion knew Rena was at her wit's end, and that's why she did it in secret. But Rena didn't want to believe her.
違うよ、圭一くん。圭一くんまで騙すなんて。本当にみーちゃんは卑劣だね。部活で騙すのは許せるけど、仲間である圭一くんを騙すなんて許せない。許せない。許せない。許せない。
やめろ！ミオンを殴るな！ミオンは悪くない！
I never knew having your hands tied behind your back was that scary. Mion got hit repeatedly with the handle of the hatchet. She could only endure. She couldn't even protect herself with her hands.
ねえ、そうなのみーちゃん。そうならなんでそうだって私に話してくれなかったの？
ミオンに話せない理由は想像つくだろう。その先家のいろいろ都合があるんだよ。それより気を使ってくれたことをお前が感謝すべきじゃないか。
I may have said it too aggressively. Rena turned around and glared at me.
そうだよ、圭一くん。園崎家の都合でみーちゃんは私を警察に売った。仲間の私を売った。仲間なのに、友達なのに、仲良しだったのに。ひどいよ、みーちゃん。本当に大好きな一番のお友達だったのに、どうして？ひどいよ。ひどいよ。
This was senseless. Rena cried as if being bullied, but she was the one doing the bullying. Normally, this would be so odd as to be impossible. But I had seen this before. I liked you. I trusted you. As I cried and I beat her to death, Rena repeatedly begged me to trust her, yet I beat her. I know what it's like to be the one doing the beating. Stop. Stop, 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 Rena. Don't you realize what you're doing? You're hurting your friend with your own hands. I understand what you're feeling. I know you're sad because your friend betrayed you, right? But that's a misunderstanding. We didn't betray you. We've been thinking about you all this time. But she just couldn't see that. Even if she died, Rena probably wouldn't realize she'd made a terrible mistake. But someday, you'll realize. Even an insensitive guy like me realized, so Rena would realize it for sure. And that's when you'll feel even sadder, Rena. You'll remember this bloody Mion one day. Then you'll realize that you were the one who made her bloody, and you will regret that you did. But I was the only one who could understand that, because I remembered. There was no way for Rena to understand or realize that. I wondered if I was suffering the most of all. There was no way to avoid a tragedy. This was exactly the same tragedy with different actors. The main character was Rena instead of me, but it was the same thing. Where was I? I was in the audience now. Is he becoming self-aware? I knew how the story ended, but I couldn't come onto the stage. Is he really becoming self-aware about this?
泣いてるの？どうしたの、圭一くん。
I stood up slowly and walked towards Rena. Just like what Rena did before me with open arms, with my arms open.
頼むからやめてくれ。やめるんだ、レナ。今はどうしてかわからないかもしれない。なぜやめなければならないのか。わからないのかもしれない。でも、やめないと、絶対に後悔する日が来るから。だから、やめるんだ。
圭一くん、壁に戻らないと。レナは怒るよ。
Rena's eyes went cold as she lifted the hatchet in her right hand.
やめな、ケイちゃん。私は大丈夫だから。
Mion told me, but with such a bloody face, how could she be?
レナはその名で俺を叩くのか？
それ以上近づけばね、叩くよ。遠慮なくね。もう圭一くんなんかいなくても最後までいけるんだよ。でも私は圭一くんと最後まで一緒にいたい。だから私を怒らせないでね。
She sounded gentle, but her expression was telling me there really would be no hesitation. Rena would crack my head open with the hatchet immediately. But who cares?
もし立場が逆だったら命を惜しむと思うか？
当然だよ。相手が凶器を持ってたら怖いから逆らわないね。
嘘だな。
I know. I know you're strong enough to give up your own life for the sake of your friend. It's my turn now. My turn to be strong.
俺もレナと同じだぜ。仲間のためなら命なんて惜しくない。レナが欲しいってなら俺の命だってくれてやる。だからやめるんだ。仲間を信じてるなら仲間を傷つけるのをやめるんだ。その痛みは必ずレナを襲うから、だからやめるんだ。誰もレナを脅かしたりなんかしてない。みんながレナのためを思ってる。それを疑うな。頼むから信じてくれ。俺を信じろ。俺の頭を砕けば信じられるってんならそのナタを撃ち下ろせばいい。俺は防がねえからな。
近寄るな。それ以上近づけばライターを点火するよ。
Rena lifted the lighter overhead.
バカ野郎！てめえ、いつまで夢を見てんだ。自分でも分かってんだろ。悪い夢だって。誰かに覚ましてほしいって。だから俺が来た。俺が覚ましに来たんだ。
覚ますのは圭一くんの方だよ。この村が奴らに侵略されていることがまだ信じられないの？あの時はちゃんと信じてくれたのに、また疑うの？また私を信じないの？
Rena opened the lid of the lighter. I could tell her thumb was about to light it. Rena was prepared to die along with everyone else. Rena would die without knowing the truth. She would die believing it was a world that was crazy. She would die cursing everything in this world. That was the storyline of this tragedy, wasn't it? That was the theater from hell. Or this was a theater from hell. What an interesting script. Who wrote it? A devil? Shit. I won't let this happen. Don't underestimate Keiichi Maebara, the original main character. Don't think the same storyline will work again. I'll be taking over the script this time, and I'm going to destroy it. I won't let this bad ending take place. I'm going to destroy their expectations.
信じてねえのはレナの方だろうが。今は俺を信じろ。黙って俺を信じやがれ。それは絶対にレナのためになる。前回の惨劇の主人公がそうだと言ってるんだよ。先代主人公の言うことをおとなしく聞きやがれ。
He sounds
何
different
を
there.
言ってるのかさっぱりだよ、圭一くん。黙って俺を信じろ。信じてないのは圭一くんの方だよ。どうして私を信じてくれないの？
やかましい。俺はお前が間違ってることを知ってるんだよ。お前の末路を知っていて、お前がする未来の後悔を 全部知ってるんだよ。仲間を自らの手で殺し、それがどれほど罪深いことかに気づきもせずに生を終える。それがどんなに悲しいことか、お前にはわからないんだよ。
全然何を言ってるのかわからない。大丈夫なの圭一君？
ああ、そうだな。何を言ってるかレナにはわからないだろうな。でも話してやる。ある大バカ野郎の話を聞かせてやる。あるところに前原圭一っていう大バカがいたんだ。そいつはみんなと楽しく過ごす気に何の不満もなかったのに、ある日を境にほんの少し仲間を疑っちまうんだ。そして何もかもが疑わしく感じるようになってきて。
He didn't notice how worried his friends were, and he hurt them repeatedly. How sorrowful. They trusted each other, but they couldn't let each other know. Can you believe something as stupid as that actually happened?
そして俺はお前とミオンを金属バットで殴り殺しちまうんだ。なのにお前は最後の瞬間まで私を信じてって言って俺に殴り殺される最後の瞬間まで頭をかばわなかった。かばおうとしなかった。最後まで俺を信じて両手を差し出したままだったんだ。それがどれだけすげえことか俺は気づきもせずお前を殴り殺してしまったんだよ。それがどれだけ罪深いことかお前には想像なんかつかないだろうな。だから俺は俺の罪を滅ぼすためにレナを止めるんだ。
それ以上近寄ると本当にライターを。
レナが命を懸けて俺を救おうとしてくれたように今度は俺がレナを救う。俺はレナがどんなに立派な最後を遂げたか今でも覚えてるぜ。あの瞳には自分が殺されるかもしれないなんて怯えはわずかもなかった。
These words will reach him, she thought. These next words will make Keiichi realize.
俺を信じろレナ。
That was when Rena hit my head with the hatchet. I crumbled down to the floor. She hit me with the handle, but my head was probably cut open. I felt the blood on my face.
かわいそうな圭一君。それは圭一君の意志じゃない。圭一君の頭に寄生している奴らがコントロールしているだけなの。今に大石さんが治療する薬を見つけてきてくれるよ。そうなったら一番最初に飲ませて治療してあげるからね。そうしたらもう圭一君は奴らの支配から逃れられる。レナの大好きだった圭一君に戻れるんだよ。だからもう少し待っててね。辛いだろうけど待っててね。
このバカ野郎が。
Heard the phone ringing in the teacher's office. Rena listened to the phone ring for a while, then realized it was for her. Rena tried to answer the phone in the classroom, but she couldn't figure out how to transfer the call, so she decided to answer it in the teacher's office instead.
ちょっと職員室に行ってくるね。その間に誰も逃げちゃ嫌だよ。誰か一人でもいなくなってたらみーちゃんが大変なことになっちゃうんだからね。
Rena glared at everyone in the classroom, intimidating them, and then left. That was when I heard a honk from the outside. I remember the signal from earlier. Did Oishi-san want to get in touch with her? I bent down and put the earphone in my ear.
聞こえますか？沖宮署の熊谷と申します。聞こえているなら咳払いをしてください。よかった。今から言うことをよく聞いてください。犯人が撒いたガソリンは極めて危険なものです。今教室内には気化したガソリンが充満して巨大な爆弾と同じことになっています。ですから竜宮さんを刺激しないようにし、間違ってもライターをいじらせないでください。さっきのような挑発行為は 二度と慎むようお願いします。
盗聴器って嫌なもんだぜ。
Oh yeah, they could hear everything.
気化ガソリンはわずかの火花でも着火する可能性があります。ですので、この連絡を最後に盗聴器の電源を切ってください。これは万が一に備えてのことです。それから最後に重大な連絡があります。犯人は次元発火装置を仕掛けていると予告しています。
次元？なんだって？
キッチンタイマーを流用した次元発火装置で火花を起こすだけの単純なものですが、今の教室はそれで十分爆発します。現在竜宮レナの要求する解毒剤と偽れる睡眠薬を準備中です。ですが残された時間が長くありません。予告ではタイマーの設定は午後7時。
I looked at the wall clock. It was 6:45 p.m. There were only 15 minutes left. I could hear Rena screaming into the phone.
いいえ、時間通りです。急いでくださいね、大石さん。1秒たりとも遅れることは許しません。
聞こえてると思いますが、竜宮レナはタイマーの設定延長には応じないようです。あと15分で本気で心中するつもりです。
I remember thinking the same way as Rena. After I killed Rena and Mion, I knew the police would come. That someone would solve the mystery after I was dead. If that's what Rena was thinking, then she'd been planning to kill herself from the beginning.
それで俺にどうしろと？
睡眠薬がもうじき届きます。だが交渉中に爆発したら元も子もありません。あなたに次元発火装置を見つけ出して解除していただきたいのです。
よく映画で見るような赤と青のコードを切断するやつですか？
もっと簡単なものでしょう。犯人の予告によるならば、それは台所用のキッチンタイマーです。電池でなくコンセントに挿して動くタイプの目覚まし時計状のものと思われます。教室内のコンセントに何か刺さっていませんか？
There was one outlet in the back and another at the front of the classroom. I checked, but I didn't see anything that was plugged in.
いや、教室内のコンセントには何も刺さっていない。
よその場所で発火しても確実性は低いでしょう。間違いなく教室内にあるはずです。
いや、多分ないぜ。廊下からコードが引かれてるのはレナが話してる電話だけだ。そのキッチンタイマーが電池式ってことはないのか？
電源を供給するタイプですのでコード型に違いありません。あるいは他の部屋ということはありませんか？その教室以外にもガソリンの充満した部屋があるとしたら、そちらの部屋に仕掛けられている可能性があります。
学校中を調べろってことかよ。あと15分でか？くそ、俺は負傷中なんだぜ。
But if I stayed here, I'd die in 15 minutes. That wasn't a time to be pessimistic. This wasn't a time to be pessimistic. This is probably my last chance to stop this tragedy from taking place. She spread the gasoline while I went out to deliver the scrapbooks, so she must have done it in a fairly short time. I really didn't think she had enough time to spread it anywhere else other than the classroom. Then where was the time bomb? Probably in the teacher's room or in the teacher's office? Oh boy.
そちらでもご協力をお願いします。以上です。質問がなければこれで更新を終了しますが、何かありますか？
特にない。あ、いや、一つある。
何でしょ
う？大石の親父に言っといてくれ。よくも人の古傷をレナに話しやがったなって。もし俺が生きてここを出られたらぶん殴ってやるから覚悟しやがれって伝えといてくれ。ああ、2発殴るぜ。俺のことをレナに喋った分とレナのことを俺に喋った分だ。
了解。大石さんも竜宮レナに踊らされたとだいぶへこんでます。きっと殴らせてくれますよ。以上でよろしいですか？
I'd be happy to let you do that, by the way. Oh my god.
このおしゃべりだけで数分食っちまった。切るぜ。
ご無事を。
Click. Irena was still on the phone. Oishi was definitely trying to stall her. From what I could hear, it sounded like he was telling her that they investigated the main Sonozaki residence and found something awful in their secret basement, or something like that. Hey, if you went too far, Rena would believe everything again. Mion was going to get hit for lying.
Keiichi.
Rika and Satoko crawled up to me.
今の俺の無線聞いてたか？
トラップは私の先輩特許でしたよ。レナさんにお株を奪われるなんて、こんなの死んでも死にきれませんわ。
Satoko realized how serious the situation was as well. The lives of the hostages, including her own, were about to be taken. Yet she tried to remain strong.
サトコ、もし死んでもレナを恨まないでくれ。レナは病気なんだ。運悪く悲しい病気にかかっただけなんだ。だってそうだろ。俺たちはあんなにも明るくて楽しい仲間だったレナをよく覚えてるだろ。
Rika got serious again.
サトコ、僕はレナもみんなも素敵な仲間だと信じていますのですよ。あんなミオンさんにあんな乱暴する人を仲間なんて認められますの？サトコだってわかるはずなのです。心の中の鬼が暴れ出してどんなに悲しくても抗えない時があるのを知っているはずなのです。
Satoko quietly hung her head. I didn't understand what Rika was trying to say to Satoko. But maybe.
レナさんを信じてますわ。
偉いぞ、サトコ。
I hugged Satoko's head. Rika's arms were tied, so she couldn't embrace Satoko, but she put her forehead closer to her in praise.
さて、
Oh boy.
世界最高のトラップ名人に聞くぜ。この部屋を爆破するにはどこに次元発火装置を仕掛ける？
Behind the
お
chalkboard.
任せなさいませ。その装置はコンセントに繋がってなければいけませんのね。
Oh boy.
ああ、そうだ。でもこの部屋とは限らないぞ。他の部屋にもガソリンが撒いてあって、そこに仕掛けてある可能性もある。
いいえ、そんな時間はなかったと思いますです。多分レナは教室のすぐ近くに隠してあったガソリンを持ってきてこの部屋に撒くくらいだったのですよ。
そういやレナは昨べ俺と別れる時、明日の準備があるって言ってた気がするぜ。ってことは何かの仕掛けを昨べのうちにしてあった可能性もあるな。
それだけのヒントで私はここに芋虫状態。なかなかに意地悪な難易度の爆弾探しゲームでございますわね。
サトコなら見つけられる。サトコに見つけられないなら俺にも無理だろうな。だから俺はサトコを信じて全部をかけるぜ。
サトコならできます。レナを救うためにも見つけ出してほしいのです。仕方ありませんわね。本気の私の前にはレナさんのトラップなんて問題にもならないことを証明して差し上げてみせましたよ。
さあもう一度聞くぜ。この部屋を爆発させるなら次元発火装置をどこに仕掛ける？
Satoko grinned and then closed her eyes to concentrate. Oh my fucking god, dude. Like a literal hostage situation. The room is there's gasoline everywhere. It's evaporated, and there's a ticking time bomb somewhere. Just in case. Several cars had arrived, producing several men. They weren't from the Okinomiya station. One of the men was wearing a suit despite the hot weather. He approached me, pushing Kumagai aside.
おや、これはお久しぶりですね。県警本部の大高くんじゃありませんか。
I thought it was gonna be a Fed.
言葉を慎みたまえ。もう君に君と呼ばれる階級ではない。
何かご用ですかね。大高くん、今非常に立て込んでいます。まさか県警がこの現場を乗っ取ろうつもりで？
That's so funny.
誰の了解で？
私が許可した、大石君。
所長。
高杉君から事情は聞いている。君がまいた種だという話も聞いているぞ。君はもう下がって、あとは機動隊に任せるんだ。
機動隊って 大高君、あんたまさか吸収する気ですか？
危険は重々承知だ。だがもう爆発まで時間がない。君が時間を浪費しすぎたのだ。その尻拭いを我々がしようというんだ。君らは引き継いで後方に下がりたまえ。
I couldn't talk back if both the chief and the guy from the prefectural headquarters gave me an order.
おいさん、何者っすかあいつは。
大高君。昔麻雀がくっそ弱いくせに生きがってたからちょいと叩き潰してやったことがありましたね。それともあれかな、剣道大会で偉そうにしてやがったから面食らわして失神させたのを根に持ってるのかな。
Obviously we didn't get along.
大石君、現在の最新の状況を説明したまえ。
あんた本気で突入する気で、こっちはもうすぐ睡眠薬で穏便に決着がつけられそうなんだ。それをひっくり返す機会。
もう遅すぎる。あと1時間あったらその手も検討できたな。突入は府警の専門部隊が担当する。君はバックアップに回りたまえ。
所長、あんた分かってますよね。あの教室は今や巨大な爆弾なんです。だが一番恐ろしい爆弾は教室じゃない。犯人の竜宮レナ本人なんです。我々はようやくそれをなだめ、穏便に解決する手順を踏み、それを実行しようとしています。時間は確かにもう10分もない。でも必ず成功させてみせます。講習は私が自らやります。ダメなら私が粉々に吹っ飛んでおしまいです。首相たちは離れてそれを見てざまあみろと思ってればいい。
大石君、府警の専門部隊はただの機動隊じゃないぞ。第二機動隊といえば君ほどの男なら噂くらい聞いてるだろう。
なんすか大石さん、第二機動隊って有名なんですか
？5年くらい前だっけ、空港の飛行機に犯人が立てこもった事件があったでしょう。あれをきっかけに東京と大阪にハイジャック専門の特殊部隊が組織されたって噂は聞いてましたがね。実在してましたか。
Japan had their own 9/11?
でも
What the fuck?
なんだって府警の機動隊がこんなところに。
Otaka smiled proudly.
たまたま県警機動隊との交流訓練があってね、特別に応援を要請したのだよ。
相変わらずですね。話をすぐ派手にしたがるその癖は。
The company members exited the vehicles one after another and took position. They didn't move like policemen.
大高君、あんた学校で銃撃戦をやる気かい？一発で大爆発を起こすぞ。
安心したまえ。突入班が使うのは火器じゃない。ボート鎮圧用のガス銃だ。
Riot guns.
高圧ガスで催涙ガスを噴出する。何の問題もない。
She has a fucking lighter.
へえ、そりゃあ便利な水鉄砲があったもんで。ところでそのおもちゃは校庭を横断して教室まで届くほど便利なものなんで。
それは君が心配することではない。あとは我々に任せて下がりたまえ。
As I lifted my arms exaggeratedly, one elbow accidentally touched the car horn, which honked. Of course, I did it on purpose.
今のは前原圭一を呼び出すサインですか？
ねえ、そうです。前原君が気づいてくれるのに祈るしかない。
今さら彼に何を？
連中は多分グレネードか何かでガラスをぶち抜いてガス弾を教室に撃ち込んでその隙に突入しようってつもりでしょう。連中は竜宮レナを甘く見てる。彼女は本気だ。 ガラスの割れる音でもライターをためらわず点火する。
特殊部隊には制圧できないってことですか？
できないに決まってるだろう。だから今まで慎重にやってきたんじゃないの。竜宮レナは初めから死ぬつもりなんだよ。命が惜しくない奴に突入なんて意味がないんだよ。
Right.
もう前原さんしかいない。
おいさん、繋がりました。
もしもし、大石です。聞こえてたら咳払いお願いします。緊急の話があります。聞いてください。
どうせ悪い話だろ。
悔しいですがビンゴです。県警が介入してきてお膳立てをひっくり返すつもりです。特殊部隊が校舎に突入しようとしています。
おいおい、護身用スプレーでひるませてもその1秒で点火されちまうってんで、俺はずっと抑えてきたんだぜ。突入なんてそんなの無理に決まってるだろ。
県警は竜宮さんがすでに死ぬ気であることを理解していません。ライターは脅しで点火するわけないと鷹をくくっています。多分5分以内に突入するでしょう。突入する前になんとか竜宮レナからライターを奪ってください。
それは次元発火装置を何とかしろというオーダーに追加で。
Oh God.
マジかよ。あと5分でレナからライターを奪って次元発火装置もどうにか。
はい。
やってくれるぜ。
あなただけが頼りなんです。頼みます。
どうですか、さとこ。思いつきますですか？1階の廊下だけが知りたいんですの。そこにあるかないか。レナさんの行動パターンから考えて、1階ならあそこ、2階ならあそこ。
1階の廊下をコードが横断してないかざっと見ればいいんだな。
多分あるはず。普段のレナさんなら断言できますけど、今のレナさんはノイズだらけで行動パターンが読み切れませんわ。
よし、任せろ。なんとかする。もう悩むにも時間が足りねえよ。最後の2択は俺が直接探る。
I don't want another tragedy. You ogres down in hell. I bet you're just waiting for an amusing ending to unfold while eating some popcorn. I won't let that happen. I'm going to change everything. And then I'm going to make you pick up your popcorn off the floor. I spoke to Rena as she continued on with her story about the aliens.
何？どうしたの、ケイチ君？
いや、今音が聞こえなかったか？
Rena went quiet and looked around. Rena had become totally paranoid about everything. Once she became worried, she couldn't ignore it.
本当に？ケイチ君。
ああ、聞き間違いじゃない。
I knew she'd want to check it herself, but she really couldn't leave the room for something like that. So in that case, she'd have to ask me to check for her. Rena must have been thinking the same thing.
ケイチ君、見てきて。
Rena gave me an order with a fake smile on her lips.
ああ、わかった。
Rena watched me go out into the hallway. As I did, she spoke to me.
レナを怒らせちゃ嫌だよ。
信用しろ。俺はレナの仲間だ。
うん。信じるよ。信じるから。裏切っちゃ嫌だからね。
After being freed from Rena, I looked for a cord in a hurry. I didn't even have 5 minutes. The office probably had more outlets than anywhere else. I headed for the teacher's office. Shit, where were the outlets? Unlike light switches, outlets couldn't always be found near entrances. Damn it, why did the clock in the teacher's office have to make such a loud ticking noise? It's the clock, isn't it?
ケイチなら
Oh
きっと
boy.
見つけてくれますのです。レナさんなら レナさんなら、いつものレナさんより疑り深いレナさんなら、どこにどう仕掛けますの？この程度がわからなくて、レナさんのトラップで最後なんて、北条聡子一生の恥ですわ。
なんだこれ。
I saw a plug inserted into the unit under the principal's desk, and I also saw a cord extending under the door. Fuck. Hold on. I saw a plug inserted into the unit under the principal's desk, and I also saw a cord extending under the door to the reception room. There shouldn't have been any reason why a cord had to be extended into that room. The reception room had an outlet of its own. I tiptoed over to the reception room and opened the door. Squeak. The door squeaked as I cracked it open a little. I poked my head inside the reception room. I saw the suspicious cord crossing the room and extending under the door to the hallway. I followed the cord through the reception room. I opened the door to the hallway, and the cord was extending into a storage closet. The storage closet was used to hold cleaning chemicals. I could smell them from here. The cord was extending into there. I carefully opened the door and turned the light on. The cord was attached to another existing cord. Also, this is a new background that we haven't seen before. So just real quick. Here it is. And then the console version of it. Here it's just empty. Oh, that's so sad. Meanwhile, the original background, you know, it's full of stuff. It looks like a storage closet. Anyway. The time bomb. So all I'd have to do was unplug the cord. I picked up the alarm clock. It looked like a normal alarm clock. Actually, it was a normal alarm clock. I remember Kumagai calling it a kitchen timer. He said it was a bit like an alarm clock. But this wasn't a bit like an alarm clock. It was an alarm clock. Wait, didn't alarm clocks use batteries? This alarm clock was a battery-operated one too. I looked at the extension cord and there was nothing plugged into it. Eh? What was this extension cord for? Why was this extending all the way from the teacher's office? A black shadow was covering me. I felt my body freeze. It was so frozen that I felt it was about to crack. I turned around slowly and saw someone holding a hatchet above their head. I dropped the alarm clock. It made a noise as it hit the ground.
どうして圭一君は延長コードをたどって目覚まし時計なんか持ってるのかな？かな？
All the cells in my body were frozen. This was Rena's trap. Rena was suspicious of everyone, including me. This whole time she thought there was someone connected to the people outside. This was a trap to lure that person out. Only the people outside knew about the time bomb. I was told about the whole thing, so I followed the extension cord and picked up the alarm clock. How stupid of me.
待て、レナ。
圭一君のこと信じてたのに。ひどいよ、圭一君。
Rena hit me with the backside of the hatchet earlier. It was painful, but it didn't kill me. But this time, she was holding the hatchet the right way. It wouldn't just crack my forehead. It would split my entire head open. Rena lifted the hatchet mercilessly. She moved slowly, as if everything was in slow motion. She looked almost divine. Maybe it really was holy. I was praying after all. Praying? What was I praying for? I was praying for my life. It was so sudden I couldn't tell what happened. New music? Rika had jumped onto Rena from behind. I don't know what kind of weapon Rika used, but Rena started moaning. It clearly hurt. That brought me back to reality. I couldn't just watch them. I had to get the lighter from Rena.
力ずくでなら勝てると思うんじゃねえ。
Rena knew I was after the lighter. She closed her fingers around it tightly. Rika was grabbing onto the arm Rena was holding the hatchet in. I wanted to tell her to run, but thanks to Rika, I could use both my hands to get the lighter. The lighter flew out of Irena's hand. It hit the hallway wall and dropped to the floor. I picked it up. At the same moment I did, Irena managed to shake off Rika. There's our chance. I turned in Satoko's direction. I heard Satoko screaming from the classroom. Satoko had figured out where Irena hit the time bomb. I wanted to catch Irena, but I didn't have time for that. I had to do something about the time bomb instead.
Keiichi, 早くSatokoのところへ行くのです。
We hardly see this version of Rika. But there she is, all angry. Rika had spread her arms, blocking Rena's path forward.
バカなことはやめて逃げろ。
ケイイチ、これは初めてではないのですよ。覚えていないのですか？
This isn't the first time I've done this for you?
前の時、僕にあとわずかの頑張りがあれば、ケイイチ今度こそ間に合わせる。だから言ってなのです。
I didn't know what Rika was talking about. But there was one thing I did know. Just like Rena and Mion were ready to give up their lives for their friends, and I was willing to give up mine, Rika was prepared for that too. Therefore, telling Rika to run was just like telling her she wasn't my friend. And so I will depend on my friend Rika.
Rika-chan!
Leaving it to Rika, I dashed for the classroom. As soon as Rika heard Keiichi's footsteps reach the classroom door, she sighed in relief. As she did, Rena's black shadow came ever closer.
すごいよすごいよ。これは部活じゃないんだよ。リカちゃんは殺されちゃうよ。怒ったレナにきっと殺されちゃう。へえ、私が怖くないんだ。リカちゃんすごいよ。
Rika grabbed a mop as she ran from the storage closet. She picked it up and held it upside down like a spear. Rika's stance told Rena that she was ready to fight. Rika didn't look like a little girl anymore. She looked so brave that Rena was even startled by it.
すごいね。殺されるのが怖くないんだ。
Rika smirked cynically. Rika usually never smiled this way.
この私が死を恐れるとでも、幾百の死の山脈を越えてきたこの私が今さら何を恐れるというのか。
君、リカちゃんじゃないね。あの夜に出会ったリカちゃんもどきの方だね。正体を表したな、宇宙人め。本物のリカちゃんをどこへやった？
本物のリカ、ここにいるわよ。
みぱ
ー。その小バカにしたところは間違いなくリカちゃんだね。そう、お社様は宇宙人だった。フルデ家はその末裔で宇宙人の直系の一族だもんね。
Okay. So before we continue, OBS is being like a major bitch. Like I literally saw it drop to 0 kbps for a second. I'm just gonna refresh Twitch, make sure everything's good, just to make sure that you're all seeing the same thing I am, because it is terrible right now. Seems like I'm still alive. So just in case anything happens, I've been recording this the whole time, so it should be fine for YouTube anyways. Anyway. Sorry again for cutting the tension a little bit.
脳みそを叩き割って中の寄生虫を引きずり出してやるからね。
Irena raised her hatchet and charged at Rika with a scream.
一撃で叩き割ってあげるよ。
Irena looked like a beast charging towards its prey. Rika took a step backwards and lowered her body, preparing a counterattack. The Rika stance. She did that with no hesitation.
あいにくね。1分も稼げれば十分なの。遊んであげるわ。おいで、ナタ女。
いいですの、ケイチさん。すべてのヒントと答えはもう朝の時にありましたの。
Satoko, shut the fuck up and tell him where it is.
落ち着け、サトコ。俺に分かるように話せ。つまり、どういうことなんだ？
It's simple if you just remember. Come on, it's quite obvious when you do.
ねえ、今日は臭い。窓閉めて。
Yeah, is it literally outside?
バーカ。窓を閉めたらもっと暑くなるんだよ。
We had been smelling gasoline coming from outdoors. There were no forestry service people in the office, so they weren't doing any work today. The smell wasn't coming from anything they were doing. In other words, it was the smell of Rena's gasoline. Rena hid the gasoline near the classroom. She hid it in a plastic container. You can't smell gasoline that's in a plastic container. So in other words, she had more gasoline ready than just the container she used to spread it around the classroom. Where was the smell coming from? Was it coming from outside? Vaporized gasoline is heavier than air. It stinks. There was another hint other than that.
あれ、俺たちのボールがね。王女、お前がまた隠したんだろう。
Did she turn a baseball into a bomb?
誰がそんなものを隠しますの？どうせ隠すならもう少し気の利いたものを隠しましたよ。
Kids who love playing with their ball never lose it. It should have been in the same place as it always was, but it was gone. So that must mean that Rena used it for something. The gasoline was coming from above. A ball was missing, so maybe it was stuffed somewhere.
レナさんは雨どいの出口をボールで詰めて雨どいいっぱいにガソリンを注いだんですの。
Oh, okay, yeah, I guess it would be a soccer ball, right? You're right.
どこから？ 2階の屋根の上からですのよ。
The drain canal extended along the roof on the second floor, then came straight down to the ground. If it was plugged and filled with gasoline, it was like a huge Molotov cocktail that extended from the ground, from the ground to the roof on the second floor. Furthermore, the drain canal ran by the classroom windows. If the canal exploded, the classroom would explode too.
じゃあ、つまり、次元発火装置は
2階の窓から延長コードか何かで引っ張って屋根の上ですわ。
I picked up a pair of scissors and cut Satoko's bonds.
そういや、リカちゃんはどうやって縄跳びを解いたんだ？
あるございましたわね。私は解けるほど寄せてなくて。
I rubbed Satoko's head.
みんなを頼む。俺は屋上へ行く。
As I jumped out of the classroom, Satoko stopped me.
ケイチさん、これを。
なんだよ、まだ何かあるのか？
Something silver sailed through the air. I caught it. It was a metal bat.
ニーニーのですのよ。後でちゃんと返してもらうでございますからね。
ああ、すまん、サトコ。
The metal bat fit right in my palm. I didn't even feel its weight. It really eased my mind. The name Satoshi was written on its handle. That was the bat that belonged to Satoko's brother Satoshi. He was the victim of last year's tragedy. You and I, we're the same. I won't let another tragedy take place. I'll treat this as a gift from you who was waiting in the wings. Let's rip apart the script of this of this demonic tragedy together. Let's go, Satoshi. As I tried to run up the stairs, I heard a loud noise coming from the hallway by the teacher's office. I saw Rika rolling on the floor. Damn, Rika, you held out as long as you could.
くそ、身体年齢があと5つもあれば。さあ、次はケイチくんだよ。
やべえ。とにかく今は屋根の上だ。よ
く気づいたね。よく気づいたね。でもさせるもんか。
Rena's face looked unbelievably scary. She was ready to rip me apart if she caught me. In that case, just try me. I jumped up the stairs, skipping every other step. I turned on the bug in my pocket. I didn't have time to put it in the earphones. As Rena flew up the stairs, her foot got caught on a jump rope. She tripped, and then 3 buckets fell on her head. The result of Satoko's trap. Really? Really? Satoko leaned against the wall and waved her index finger in a mocking gesture. Like Sonic.
言ってましたけど、まだまだこの私とトラップ勝負をするのは3億5000光年くらい早くてでございましたよ。
You're so dumb, Satoko. Light years measure distance, not time.
さとこちゃん、光年は距離だよ。
Smash. Uh-oh. The fourth bucket hit Satoko on the head. I continued up to the rooftop, and then I ignored Satoko and ran after me.
大石さんか。やったぞ、やったぞ、畜生。ライターは奪った。次元破壊装置も分かってる。屋根の上、雨どいの中だ。今抑えに行ってる。
大石さん、まさかあれじゃ。
Oishi grabbed a pair of binoculars from Kumagai and looked at the rain gutter on the rooftop. There was something like an alarm clock sitting there. The cord from the clock was extending into the second floor window. It was so obvious, but they didn't even notice it until just then. Satoko was working hard to remove her classmates' restraints, but she couldn't do anything about the bike lock on Mion's neck.
みんな、私はいいから早く逃げて。
あら、ミオさんらしくもない。こういう瞬間でも我が部の部長らしくあるべきではございません。部長はただ一言、こいつを外せと命令遊ばされれば結構ですわよ。
Satoko reached for the back of her collar and produced a bent hairpin. Satoko opened the window, climbed onto the windowsill, and faced the bike lock that was restraining Mion.
みんなは全部のカーテンを開けて窓を全部開けたら、
委員長、前原さんはどうするんです？
ケイちゃんは警察が助けてくれるから。みんなはとにかく一刻も早くここから逃げて。って、もう外したの？
北条聡子にとって U 字ロックの U は、うわ、こんなの楽勝の U でございましたよ。
The binoculars were trained on the classroom. All the curtains were open, as well as all the windows. The children in turn were all running onto the schoolyard. Oishi pushed Otaka aside, then grabbed his radio and yelled into it.
人質を全員確保しろ。犯人は人質1名を追って2階へ上がった模様。これ何の真似だね。大石君、無線を返したまえ。
Oishi tried to grab the radio. Otaka tried to grab the radio from Oishi, but Kumagai stepped in. There was a dull noise, and Otaka crumbled to the floor, convulsing.
ああ、すみませんです。膝がたまたま綺麗に入っちゃったっすね。
教室内にはまだガソリンが充満してるぞ。十分に注意しろ。ガス弾や閃光弾の類の使用は禁ずる。繰り返す。ガス弾、閃光弾の使用は禁ずる。大爆発するぞ。扉を打ち破れないですかね。教室真正面です。ガソリン集合。火災に着火の恐れあり。指示を待ちます。
How will you ignite the gas? If you're gonna use something like brute force, you know? I can't think of anyway.
くそ。ブレーカーを落とせば上がりだと思ったのにな。電源室は放棄。2階部分を制圧された。大高君、電源室確保失敗時はどうするつもりだったんです？
それに失敗しないための特殊部隊だ。
これだから坊ちゃん育ちは。あとは時計のコンセントを抑えるしかないか。
Sniper unit? Oh no.
おいさん、前原君です。
スピーカーを貸せ。前原さん、時計の電源は2階の奥の部屋。
I shook my head repeatedly. I couldn't do that. Rena was coming after me, so I couldn't head that way. What else could I do? The only way was to go up to the roof on the second floor and get the clock from there.
前原さん、そのまま2階の屋根に誘導します。
Oishi was telling me to go further up. Sadako only told me that it was on the rooftop of the second floor, and she didn't tell me where exactly. She only said it was in the drain canal. But maybe Oishi found it with his binoculars. I put my foot on the railing of the veranda and ran up to the rooftop. I've never felt so light. I felt like I could lift myself with just 2 or 3 fingers. Heh, 30 seconds would be plenty of time. I could get there in half of that. Over there, was that it? It was!
ああ、撃てたら撃ちたいけど、それ実弾ですよね。実は狙撃銃タイプの催涙ガス銃とか、そういうことだったりしません？
Yeah, just sniper tear gas?
そういうのは軍隊で使ってくださいよ。日本の警察には必要ないですね。
前原さん、追ってきてます。急いで、追い詰められる。
How many more seconds did I have? Who cares? I slid down the roof and grabbed the kitchen timer that was sitting on the drain pipe, which is filled with gasoline. There was a cord with a copper wire attached to it. This was supposed to create sparks and start an explosion. The hands on the clock kept moving, with the second hand trying to reach the minute hand. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Ugh. I threw it to the ground. A moment later, I heard the noise of something breaking. Did I do it?
大石さん、やったっすよ。
やった。前原さん、やった。
圭一さんはちょっとハラハラさせすぎですわね。余裕がないのはエレガントではありませんでしたよ。
But see, Oishi, there was a second bomb. Not only policemen, but the children who were on their way to ambulances raised their voices and cheer.
大石さん、消防からっす。現場は依然危険度最大につき、突入犯全員の即時退却を進言しています。
時限発火装置はもうないのに？
発火装置がなくても危険度は最大級の現場だそうです。これ以上は突入犯全員の生命に危険があります。
くそ、屋上の前原君をどうしよう。2階屋根ならなんとか。
大石さん、図面では校舎下に花壇があります。そこへ飛び降りるように誘導しましょう。
Oh my god.
大石より突入中の全隊へ作戦中止、退却せよ、退却せよ。
聞こえますか、前原さん。それから竜宮さんも、もうそこは危険です。いつ爆発するかわからない。校舎の下に花壇があります。
花壇だって？畜生、ここからじゃよくわかんねえってのによ。
But it didn't sound like I had enough time to be looking for it. I noticed a white hand at the edge of the roof, followed by Irena's head. Irena slowly crawled up to the rooftop. I waited for her there.
まさかこんなところに隠したのを見つけるとはね。これで全て失敗か。
Irena scratched at her throat. The band-aids peeled off, and her throat started to bleed.
ゲームセットだな、レナ。
We were confronting each other on the roof of the second floor. This wasn't a club activity, but a real battle. Rena was glaring at me with hatred at first. But maybe because she had already given up, she started smiling wickedly. I heard the chorus of the Higurashi in the background, as if to cool us down from the heat of battle. I didn't think we needed their service yet, though.
そうだね。すごろくだったらここはゴールで、圭一くんの上がりだね。でも、これはゲームじゃない。だからここはゴールじゃなくて、行き止まりって言うんだよ。
ち、負けを認めないやつだな。レナはつくづく強いやつだよ。絶対へこたれない、くじけない。
強い。
最後まで戦う。
そして最後まで信じるんだ。
こんな時に褒められてもちっとも嬉しくないね。圭一君は私が最後の命をかけての計画をぶち壊しにした。
Also, and again, I know it's cutting off on Twitch's end and everything, so sorry about that. I can only hope it stops because Restream is being a bitch. But like I said, this is gonna go up on YouTube as it's being recorded as well. Because I knew this shit was gonna happen.
人類を宇宙人から守ろうと必死に戦ってたのに、これで人類が滅んじゃったら圭一君のせいで滅んだって歴史に残っちゃうんだよ。
I didn't mean to laugh, but I couldn't help it. My name would be written down in the history books of the aliens as the one who destroyed the human species. Somehow, that sounded kinda cool.
レナ、お前が何と言おうと、このゲームは俺の勝ちだ。すでに俺が勝ってるのに、レナが負けを認めないだけだ。
そうだね。そうなのかもしれないね。
でも、そういうものかもしれないよな。ゲームってのは、勝者が決まって終わるもんじゃない。敗者が決まって終わるもんなんだ。ってことは、俺が勝つだけじゃダメってことだ。
へえ。それはどういう意味なのかな。
I tapped my shoulder with a metal bat, gesturing for Rena to come at me.
きっちり負けたってことを叩き込んでやろうってことだよ。
Fucks with this song. Oh, this one. I won't run or hide. Do you know why? According to the rules of our club, we don't run from our
ここ
enemies.
で白黒をつけてやるぜ。レナがもう負けてるってことよ。
ふん。
言ってやるぜ。寄生虫に宇宙人？バカじゃねえのか？そんなの今時誰が信じるんだよ。ダセえな。鼻で笑っちまうで。
最初から信じてなかったくせに信じてたふりをしてレナを騙してたな。許せない許せない許せない。
レナが信じてるのは勝手だぜ。だが俺はそんなうさんくせえの信じねえからな。同じ信じるなら徳川の埋蔵金の方が楽しそうだぜ。それでも信じさせたいってんなら俺たち部活メンバーには簡単な信じさせ方があるじゃねえかよ。
勝った方が正義ってことだね。
Oh boy. We get a cool Rena CG.
そういうことさ。
Rena and I grinned at each other as we went around in circles on the rooftop. We both checked the distance between us.
レナが俺をぶちのめせたなら俺も宇宙人の話を信じてやろうじゃねえか。朝晩 UFO を呼ぶ怪しげな踊りをして牛小屋にキャトルミューティレーションに行ってやる。だがなレナ、俺にグーの音が出ないくらいにぶちのめされたらそん時は覚悟してもらうぜ。
それを取り決める必要はないかな圭一君なんかに私が負けるはずないもん。
Rena came at me with a heavy strike. I caught it easily with the metal bat. It looked like there were some sparks. This was finally getting interesting. Oh no.
まあそう言うなよ。意外にそうでもなかったりするもんだぜ。
God damn it, Keiichi's gonna fucking die here again.
俺も部活で何度も激戦をくぐってきてようやく分かってきたことがある。自分ってやつをな。どういう時に自分が最高のパワーを出せるか分かってきたんだ。
へえ、それは何かな
Rena, your hatchet can be a powerful weapon, but my metal bat is as powerful as your hatchet. Sure, it doesn't have a blade, but it reaches further, and it's easy to handle. I won't be going for a defensive battle. I'm going to fight you face to face, and I'm going to defeat you. I'm sure I'm stronger than you physically, but you're better at drawing out your true potential, Elena. In other words, we're equally matched. This is great. I won't need to hold back at all.
私を叩きのめしたらどうするって？ほらほらほらほら、押されてるんじゃないかな。
遊んでやってるだけだぜ。まあ見てろ。レナをコテンパンにしたらどうしてやろうかね。これだけ互いにコインやチップをかけまくってるんだ。相当の支払いを覚悟してもらうぜ。
Yeah, but Rena's in Tenpai right now.
得ることの叶わない勝利に酔うもまた川山陽の醍醐味だね。圭一君の虚勢が痛々しいよ。
ちっちっち、分かってないな。俺はご褒美のデカさに比例してパワーアップする男だぜ。そうだな。もちろん俺専属のメイドさんだよな。朝はおはようございますから夜はおやすみなさいまでたっぷりたっぷりご奉仕三昧だ。メイド衣装は監督に全面協力を受けて日替わりチェンジのお楽しみ。
My God.
おお、夜はおやすみなさいまで。いやー、今夜は寝かさないぜ。なんてどうだ。
圭一君らしいな。そんなのはごめんだね。むしろ私が勝って逆の立場にしてあげるよ。
We both laughed like crazy people as we struck at each other. It was strange how much fun it was becoming. Rena and I were trying to kill each other, and yet it was a blast. Sparks were flying. We could get seriously injured. If we fell off the rooftop, we'd break our bones, yet this was so much fun. Imagine being, like, the 24 children, like, a few feet away from the school. Like, the 7 or 10 police squad cars, and the cops outside of them. And then the fucking, like, the riot force that's out there. All watching two high schoolers having a fight to the death on the rooftop of a school that's a ticking time bomb. One holding a metal hatchet, and the other one holding a metal bat. Yeah, it's supposed to be like a callback to the water gun fight from Chapter 2, or from Subchapter 2. But, like, I'm sure they're all fucking awestruck right now. I've been mourning and crying all day today while Rena terrified me. How did it all turn into this?
ってことは結局俺たちにシリアスは似合わねえってこった。互いの火花を浴び合いながらヘラヘラしてるのが互いに性に合ってるってわけだ。
おあいにくだね。レナはエレガントで上品なのが大好きなの。そういうヘラヘラしたのは圭一君が一人でお楽しみ遊ばせ。
Sorry. Rena's next strike came at a strange angle, but I managed to deflect it.
甘い甘い、全然ダメだぜ。やっぱりお前撃沈確定だな。
やく体が温まってきたところだよ。こんなのウォーミングアップでしょ。
はあ、バカなりゃしねえよ。こんなのお散歩程度だな。お前汗だくだぜ。
お前は汗の代わりに血を垂らせばいいや。
Yeah, like,
前原さん
you have to remember that they're literally fighting to the death. Like, Irena's out there. She's up there, trying to kill Keiichi. Like, slashing at his chest or something and killing him. Anyway.
飛び降りて飛び降りてダメっすね。血が上っちゃってるようで声が聞こえてないみたいです。大石さん。
ああ、ごめん。
何をぼーっとしてるんですか。彼を救出する方法を考えないと。
I knew they would all be like awestruck. Oishi couldn't figure out why he was distracted considering the seriousness of the situation. He was so engrossed in watching the two of them fight with the sunset behind them. But Oishi wasn't the only one. Everyone watching was captivated by their battle on the rooftop. At that moment, a sudden loud voice broke the silence. Is it them? No. The students who were about to climb onto the ambulance were cheering him on. Mion was being loaded onto a stretcher with bandages around her head, but even she sat up, captivated as she was by Irena and Keiichi's duel. Our once happy days were supposed to have shattered due to a series of misunderstandings. They were supposed to be irretrievable. But, huh? Why? Why did I feel this way? This was such a close game, but it wouldn't be fun to stay in this stalemate forever. Rena and I kicked at each other with perfect timing and increased the distance between us.
楽しくなってきたぜ。どうだレナ、最高に楽しくねえか。
レナは最初から楽しいよ。でもケイイチ君の頭を叩き割ったらもっと楽しいかな。
ひょー、危ねえ。おらおら、こっちへ戻ってこい。足場を十分に使おうじゃねえか。こんな最高の舞台何度もあるもんじゃねえ。まんべんなく楽しもうぜ。
絵になるよ、絵になるね。私たちほらいつの間にか月を背負ってるんだね。風が気持ちいいや。
It was such a fantastical scene. Two people were fighting on the rooftop of a school building, with the moon behind them. It was almost unbelievable. All the policemen and children looked at that mysterious and fantastical scene from a distance, completely entranced. Everyone was thinking the same thing, but nobody said anything. Why does it look like they're having fun?
なんかよ、こういう涼しさでこう暑くなるとよ、綿流しの祭りの時を思い出すんだよな。どうも俺は静かに夕涼みってのがダメでさ、月が出るとはしゃがずにはいられなくなっちまうんだよ。
All us club members went crazy on the night of the Watanagashi. The mayor scolded us by the end of it, but we laughed at each other and promised to do the same thing again next year.
月に狂うか、なんだかかっこいいじゃない。私たちはもう月に狂ってるのかもしれないね。
ああ、同感だな。仲間と命のやり取りをしてて、そいつが面白いと感じちまうようじゃ。こいつがそうさ、ルナティックってやつだ。
Lunatic. Yeah, because that's where the word comes from. Yeah. Actually, here, before we continue, let's take a very quick pause. By that I mean I'm going to stop streaming for like 30 seconds and then come back immediately. So, give me a sec while I do something real quick, and I will be right back. So again, sorry about this, but I have to do it now. Some people say the moon has the power to arouse passions in people. Maybe that's true, and maybe it's not. One thing that's for sure is that even if it were a new moon tonight, we would still feel the same way. As our surroundings got darker, the sparks we'd create with each hit started to look like fireflies. Hey now, isn't there gasoline in the drain pipe right nearby? Who cares? If an explosion happens, it happens. Keiji? That's not how this works.
So it's yeah. レナこそ汗でスカートがまとわりついて気持ち悪いだろ。脱いでもいいんだぜ。俺は手を出さないで見物するけどな。
へえ。それで足に見とれてる隙にガツンとお見舞いするよ。
楽しいな、レナ。
悪くないね。
Oh man. We flew, we danced. We struck, we laughed. We stepped back once in a while to catch a breath, then charged at each other and let the sparks fly. We aimed at each other as we went around in circles on the rooftop of our school, our special stage. Rena and I were all sweaty, but we weren't exhausted yet. The beads of sweat rolling down my body just tickled me. We exchanged furious blows one after the other. Neither of us was at an advantage or disadvantage. Neither of us exulted in victory or raged in defeat. The battle with Rena in itself was fun. It was like a dance. A dance I couldn't dance by myself. It was a dance I could only dance with someone with whom I was equally matched.
あの時さ、クラス全体の部活の日、水鉄砲で一騎打ちした時さ、思わなかったか？
Yeah, with the water guns again.
実は私も思ってた。
もう一回こんな戦いをしてみたいって。
As we thought that way on the rooftop, our classmates down below must have thought the same. Our fight was so pure and passionate that everyone thought the same thing. We want to join them.
あの時も同じだった。水鉄砲だったけど、やることは同じだった。
あの時より面白いぜ。今度は水の残量なんか気にしなくていいんだからよ。
水鉄砲じゃ火花も出ないしね。
打ち合うこの感覚もないもんな。
We were both breathing hard, waiting for the right timing to take a step forward. In the midst of that, we grinned at each other.
あの時も多分言ったセリフだが、あえてもう一度言うぜ。
じゃあレナもあの時と同じセリフで返そうかな。
We both smiled wickedly in the same moment.
やり合うのが楽しくてならねえぜ。決着がつくことすら興ざめするくらいにな。
あ恨まない。この勝負を終わらせた自分の不甲斐なさを恨んでやるぜ。だがそいつを恨むのはどうやらレナの方になりそうだな。
どうかな。ケイチ君、足が藁だよ。
くそったれー。おりゃ
Everyone was captivated by our fight. They were swept up in our fight. We both had weapons. Weapons deadly enough to seriously hurt one another. But we were both perfectly matched, and neither of us had hit the other yet. Why did they look so happy? This was just ridiculous. All the people below were just watching this fight on the rooftop with the beautiful moon as a backdrop. Not even the police could stop them. This was impossible. This battle was absurd and absolutely impossible.
ケイチさん、なるべく屋根の中央を維持するんですのよ。わずかの高みを生かすんですわ。
Sadako and some of her classmates cheered Keiichi on, but there were some who were cheering for Rena too. To them, this was no longer a fight to the death. Dude, Keiichi's about to get fucking slaughtered. And they're cheering for Rena. My god. It was just the second round of their water gun battle. A club activity is a club activity, and a game is a game. This was just the second round, so nobody would die. Even though they had real weapons, nobody thought they would get hurt. Rika wasn't cheering. She was just looking up at the rooftop.
こんなの見たことない。
Rika thought to herself. She thought Keiichi would win. Or could win, not just against Rena. Rika thought Keiichi could even destroy the walls of the maze of tragedies that had no exit.
狙撃犯は何をしてるのかね。人質に危害を加えようとしているのだぞ。直ちに射殺したまえ。
As Otaka yelled into the radio, Mion screamed for him to stop.
違うよ。レナを撃たないで。レナはもう違う。さっきまでのおかしいレナじゃない。あのレナは違う。
No, she's not.
撃たないで。
違うとはどういう意味かね。見たまえ。現に狂気を振りかざしているじゃないか。明らかな殺意だ。射殺しないと人質が危ないのだよ。
とにかく違う。レナを撃っちゃいけない。もしもレナを撃ったらケイちゃんはあんたを殺すよ。間違い断言できる。
どうして私をなのかね。
あの二人は殺し合いをしてるんじゃない。ただ撃ち合って火花を飛ばして遊んでるだけなんだよ。見てわかるでしょ。そしてケイちゃんは語りかけてる。自分がレナと対等なことを。対等というのは一番信頼できるということ。ケイちゃんはレナの目を覚ませる。いや、もう覚ましつつあるんだよ。レナの悪い夢はもう終わりつつあるんだ。
ケイチ君はやっぱり最高だよ。君だけは殺したくない。君がいない世界はさぞや退屈だろうと思うよ。
なんだか照れるお言葉痛み入るぜ。んでどうするんだ。その世界とやらは宇宙人の侵略があって大変じゃねえのかよ。
宇宙人なんて寄生虫なんてなんだかどうでもいいような気がしてくるよ。
And now we get like another backdrop of her, but she doesn't look as insane. Instead, she just looks sick.
世界が滅ぶならいつでも好きな時に滅べばいいし、御三家の陰謀なんて知ったことか。
ああそうさ。たとえ明日隕石がぶつかって地球が砕けるとしたって、
今この瞬間より楽しいことなんて他にあるもんか。
チェ、それにお前毒を盛られてて今夜で死んじまうんじゃねえのかよ。余命の短いやつがピンピンしやがって。
き虫って死んでしまうんだったっけ？
なんだよ、自分で作った設定だろ。忘れるんじゃねえや。ほれ、たまには首をボリボリかきやがれ。分かってるよ、もう痒くなんかねえんだろ。そりゃそうさ。首を引っかくより。
私たちはもっと楽しいことをしているんだもの。
I wished it would never end, but my body was screaming. I was breathing hard and felt dizzy from lack of oxygen. My upper body felt as light as a piece of paper, as if even a slight breeze could take me away. It really had been a blast, but I needed to end it soon. I felt the same sadness as in the water gunfight. Back then, it had been declared a draw.
今回はどうなるだろうね。
さてな、一つ言えることがある。
You have pepper spray, Keiichi.
最高に楽しかったぜ。
I jumped backwards and slammed the roof with my bat. The sound was as intense as a huge drum, and the noise woke up the people who were captivated by our fight. The silence returned and the chorus of Higurashi filled the air.
じゃあ、一度間合いを開こうじゃねえか。
そうだね。次の一撃で今度こそ決着をつけよう。
We started to move slowly and increase the distance between us. Everyone realized it. This fight was ending very soon.
じゃあ最後の最後だ。もう一回確認するぜ。
なんだっ
け？おいおい、この戦いはお互いかけてるものがあったのか。お前、そのために戦ってたんじゃなかったのかよ。
そうだったっけ？ごめん、忘れちゃってた。
仕方ねえやつだな。確認するぜ。まずは俺が勝った場合だ。俺の専属メイトになってご奉仕三昧の前にした。人前ではこれが私のご主人様ですってちゃんと紹介するんだぞ。
可愛い服じゃないと嫌だよ。
そこは任せろ。監督の完全監修のもと、古式ゆかしいオールドスタイルからちょっとドキドキな改造メイド服までいろいろと取り揃える。もちろん特注でレナにぴったりとフィットするサイズなんだ。すごいだろ。
すごいすごい。負ける気はさらさらないけど、なんだか楽しそう。
次はレナが勝った場合だ。レナが勝ったなら俺はレナの話を信じる。
Lena was happy until just a moment ago, but that expression was suddenly wiped from her
宇
face.
宙人が地球侵略に来ていて、俺たちの頭の中には寄生虫が入ってる。そしてそれを園崎家が暗躍してて秘密研究をしてて、世界は明日から宇宙人に支配されるって話を信じてやる。あとお前は毒で今夜死んじまうんだよな。最後はちゃんと見とってやるから安心しろ。
なんだか私が勝ってもつまんないね。ケイイチ君が勝った方のご褒美の方が楽しそうだよ。
仕方ねえだろ。お前そういう話だからわざわざ学校を乗っ取ったんじゃなかったのかよ。
そうだったんだっけね。ごめん、忘れそうになってたよ。
Lena smiled sadly for a moment, but soon that expression was wiped off her face too.
俺は何しろレナのメイドさんがかかってるんだからよ。意地でも勝ちに行くぜ。
ブーブー、レナが勝っても面白くないよ。
なんだよ。じゃあ今から帰るか。レナが勝ったらどうするよ。
Finally, Lena smiled happily again. The breeze dried our sweat. It was a good feeling. We no longer went crazy, even with the moon out. We could finally enjoy the coolness of the evening. It would be so nice if we could just lie down on our backs and gaze at the moon. Still smiling a little, Lena spoke.
私もケイイチ君と同じご褒美がいいな。
なんだよそれ。俺がメイドかよ。
どぎついな。
別にメイドさんじゃなくていいよ。でも他は同じ。朝は私におはようって言って、夜は私におやすみって言ってほしい。いっぱい私に優しくしてほしい。いっぱい私を楽しくさせてほしい。あれこれじゃ私が勝っても圭一君が勝っても私たちずっと一緒なんだよね。
一緒ではあるが、待遇にえらい違いがあるけどな。
どうしてこんなにも大好きな圭一君と私はこんなことをしてるんだろう。
さーてな、どうして俺たちは屋根の上になんかいるんだ。何しに俺たちはここへ登ったんだっけ。
どうしてだったっけ、忘れちゃったよ。
バカと煙は上へ登るってやつだろ。じゃあ俺たちは二人とも大バカだな。
バカ仲間だね。
仲間だな。
うん。
じゃあそろそろ行こうじゃねえか。せっかくの体がクールダウンしちまう。
そうだね。体が冷めちゃわないうちに決着をつけよう。
We readied our weapons and took our stances.
私ね、やっぱりやめないってそう言おうと思った。
I shook my head slowly.
ダメだ。決着は必要なんだ。じゃないと終わらない。せっかくの俺とお前の戦いが終われない。うやむやじゃダメなんだ。綺麗に終わらないとダメなんだ。
こんなのおかしい。ひょっとしたらどっちが勝っても負けてもご褒美がなしになるかもしれない。
その時も恨みっこはなしだぜ。だから先に言っとく。
何？
楽しかったぜ。
私もだよ。
レナ、仮に俺たちのどちらかが死のうと、俺たちは絶対にまた会えるから。だからまた会えたなら
今度は普通に遊んで普通に笑い合って普通に恋をしよう。絶対に互いを疑わない。互いを絶対に信じ合う。だから絶対に会えるよね。絶対だよね。
ああ、絶対だ。
Tears appeared in Rena's eyes. I noticed I was about to break down too.
じゃあ行くぜ。
There was no signal, but we stepped forward at the same time. Our shadows jumped in the moonlight. And here we have one more CG. We were fighting so viciously earlier, but now it was like we were moving very slowly. We must have looked like a shadow play. Everyone was watching the shadows dance. Then a shadow hit my metal bat violently. As a result, I let go of it. The metal bat bounced on the roof, then rolled down to the schoolyard. I had lost my weapon. Here was Rena's chance. Of course she wouldn't miss it. I was laying flat on the roof, and Rena got on top of me. Rena's knees were holding down my arms, and there was no way for me to fight back. The moon was divided into two. The shadow of Rena's hatchet had split the moon right down the middle. This was the end.
やるな。 腕が抜けねえや。
ねえ圭一くん、もう決着ついたんだよね。
おいおい、まだついてねえだろ。そいつを振り下ろすまではまだつかないぜ。
嫌だ。
うん？
嫌だよ。嫌だ。
Nena's arms were still raised, but tears were pouring from her
どう
eyes.
してこんなことになっちゃったんだろう。どこで変になっちゃったんだろう。私はみんなを大好きで、みんなを信じていたはずなのに、どこで信じられなくなってしまったんだろう。どうして圭一くんにナタを振り上げているのかわかんない。どうして私はこんなにも大好きな仲間たちにこんなにも恐ろしいことをしてしまったんだろう。
お前、そうか、気づいたのか。この世界で気づけたのかよ。
Why am I doing this to people I love so much? Hold on.
自分で自分が信じられないよ。こんなにもあんなにも楽しい日々だったのに、どうして私は何の不満もなかったし、何の不安もなかったのに、どうして自分で壊してしまうような真似を。
レナ、お前はやっぱりすげえよ。
After I killed you and Mion, I didn't realize I had done anything wrong, so I left a note and called Oishi-san. I still believed that it was someone else is at fault. Until, even after I was dead, I didn't even notice I had sinned. How sad it was to kill my friends because of a little misunderstanding, even when they were trying to help me. And how painful it was not to realize it was a sin.
だからレナはすごいんだよ。仲間を一人も殺さなかった。お前は罪を犯す前にさすがだよレナ、さすがだよ。俺とは違うんだ。
Rena stood up slowly and lowered her hatchet.
仲間を傷つけたよ。みーちゃんにひどいことをした。
後で謝っとけ。俺的には当分の間、姉妹の入れ替わりを見抜けて、ちょうどいい傷跡だと思ってるぞ。
What the fuck, Keiichi? Of all things, that's your takeaway? Personally, I appreciate that the wounds will help me tell the twins apart. Are you fucking outside of your goddamn mind?
それに殺しちゃってるもんね。
ん？誰も殺してないだろ。誰を殺したよ。
マミやリナと北条哲平。
ああ、あいつらか。
あの二人を殺すことは正しいことだと思ってた。でもあの二人を殺した日からもう世界は狂い始めていったと思う。だということはあの二人を殺すのは正しいことじゃなかったのかな。
正しいかどうかは知らんが、最善手じゃなかったことは確かだな。
最善手って？
そんなこともわからないのかよ。
I grabbed Rena's head and embraced her. Then I told her something so simple. It was so simple that anyone could think of it. But Rena didn't do it. I didn't do it either back then.
何かやばかったり、疑いそうになったり、辛いことがあったりした時はな。
It was so simple.
仲間に相談するんだよ。
そうだよね。そうだよね。
Rena cried in my arms for a while. She cried about the wrong choices she made at the very beginning. The choice couldn't have been hard to see. I'm sure it was something that was within her grasp. How stupid it was to worry about it how stupid it was to worry about it myself, or by herself. She had friends. She had friends whom she trusted. Why did she think she couldn't talk to her friends about it?
私が間違ってた。どうして話さなかったんだろう。なんで私はみんなを信じてるのに信じてなかったんだろう。
俺もかつてそうだった。だから俺は笑わねえぞ。でも気づけたならいいんだ。しかもレナは俺なんかよりずっと早く気づけたじゃねえか。
We will trust each other. We will never doubt our friends. We will rely on each other. We will talk to each other and help each other. That's why friends are always happy, and why we can endure anything together.
じゃあレナ、幕の降りた舞台だけどさ、これで全部おしまいだぜ。
カーテンコールって何かな。
まあまあ、俺の独り言だ。最後だけ付き合ってくれよ。
We stood up together, holding hands. The moon was hanging behind us. When I nodded, Rena threw away her hatchet. It disappeared into the darkness below. Then I spoke to the audience, the ogres who weren't expecting this ending. I was proclaiming victory.
これで今宵はおしまいだぜ。俺たちは惨劇に打ち勝った。もう俺たちは互いを疑わない。だからいつまでも結束している。だからどんな惨劇が訪れようとも二度と屈すると思うんじゃねえ。悲劇など知るか、惨劇など知るか。悪魔どもが喜ぶ脚本が今後どれだけやってこようとも、俺たちが全部ぶち壊してやるぜ。
The incident at the Forest Service field office in Hinamizawa. Date of event, midday, June 25th, the 58th year of the Showa era. Location, Hinamizawa, Shishibune City, X Chome, or so-and-so Chome, inside the Forest Service field office. Summary. On June 25th, the suspect, Ryugu Reina, broke into the Forest Service field office in Hinamizawa. She forced her way into the classroom at the local school, housed within the office complex, and proceeded to take 25 people hostage. The suspect scattered around a large quantity of gasoline and held the school hostage for over 7 hours. Situation remained in a deadlock for some time, but at 1845, several hostages resisted and fled from the building. At the same time, a special unit from the Osaka Police Department 2nd Riot Division arrived on the scene. 24 of the hostages were safely rescued. The remaining hostage fled to the roof. After a brief pursuit, the suspect engaged in close combat. At 1910, she agreed to disarm and surrender, freeing the final hostage. Casualties, 4, all minor injuries. Details follow. Sonozaki Mion, captured by the suspect around noon, escaped, and the suspect inflicted minor injuries on her during the fight. Rika was captured by the suspect around noon. She escaped, inflicted minor injuries. Satoko Hojo, same thing. Maebara Keiichi, same thing. He received minor injuries when he engaged in combat. Holy fuck, this really did take 5 hours. Regarding the arrest, she disarmed and surrendered to the police at 1910 and was subsequently arrested. She was taken to the Okinomiya police station in question. She admitted to the outline given above. There's been some dispute about the accountability of the suspect during the crime, but after subjecting her to a psychiatric examination, the prosecution determined the suspect is fully accountable for her actions. The defense is in direct opposition to this and has submitted their own psychiatric examination report denying the suspect's accountability. The trial is currently in session, still. Well, do remember, this is Higurashi. There's still 2 more chapters. Something has to happen because Rika still hasn't been punished enough. Maybe, I don't know. Which means something fucked up is still gonna happen. Right? I guess we'll find out in a little moment. Or a little while, I should say. No, I guess not. This is literally where it ends. Huh. Okay. Anything else? Staff room has been unlocked. Okay. A new tip? What do you mean new tip? The fuck do you mean new tip? Excuse me? Okay, hold on. Let's see. Let's go to the, it should be in the extra menu. And then tips should be here. So view tips. It should be the last one. So the ogre script. The car began to rattle as the road turned from asphalt to gravel. The cry of the cicadas seeped through the tightly shut windows. Most people would open their car windows and let the natural air in along with the sound of the cicadas, but people are also spoiled. He'd rather keep himself cool with the air conditioning turned to max than listen to the sounds of nature. Usually, it was the rainy season at this time of year. But this June, the summer had already come without any rain. Just like how the weather was on that day 20 years ago.
ここはやっぱり空気のいいところだよな。
Is this Asakusa?
ええ。風光明媚ないい土地です。ひょっとしたら隣の村みたいに世界文化遺産に指定されることもあったかもしれないのに惜しいですね。
20 years ago.
そのおかげで観光客がいない。実に快適じゃないか。どうして旅行者ってのは田舎じゃ交通法規を忘れられるんだ。道路いっぱいに横になりやがって。
赤坂先輩はアウトドア今も？
Yeah, so it is confirmed that it is Akasuka, not Asakusa. I keep calling him that. Asakusa is a fucking like city or something in Japan, right? Hold on. Asakusa. Yeah, it's yeah. Yeah, Asakusa is like a prefecture in Japan. His name is Akasuka. So what, does this take place in like 1999?
最近はさっぱりだな。何しろ暇のない家業だからな。
それはお互い様です。おー、いたいた。あやな。
The other man noticed and waved his hand before anyone in the car could honk the horn. The man was a young fellow on a motorcycle with a big backpack on his shoulders. He looked like he was ready to go camping. Akasuka and his partner stepped out of the car and shook hands with the young man. Young man? Who is this shonen?
小隊長殿、ご無沙汰いたしております。
おう、今のとこはどうだ？元気にやってるか？今日は楽にしてくれていいぞ。こちらは俺が大学時代に大変お世話になった赤坂先輩だ。
どうも、赤坂です。今日はもう一人大石という者とご一緒するお約束でしたが、直前に検査入院が入ってしまいまして同行できませんでした。この度はお世話になりますが、よろしく。
Yeah, Oishi would be like 70?
よろしくお願いします。
Maybe 60?
さて、赤坂先輩、どこから回りますか？
His name was Mamoru Akasaka. He was a veteran detective from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Despite the fact that he was close to his retirement, he hadn't lost his clear instinct and sharp eyes at all. Those eyes showed the confidence he'd built through many risky experiences, and he had a well-built muscular body and a fearless aura. He He must have fought against many violent criminals. His connection to Hinamizawa went back almost 30 years, all the way to 1978. Yeah, so this would be around 1998, 1997 maybe. He was in the Public Safety Division in the Metropolitan Police Department. He came to Hinamizawa to investigate the kidnapping case of the grandson of Inukai, the then Minister of Construction. There he met Oishi and Rika Furude. Rika Furude predicted her own death. Asuka regretted for the rest of his life that he couldn't save the little girl from her fate. He saw the news of the Great Hinamizawa disaster on TV and met up with Oishi, so we're back to the other timeline. They pledged to uncover the mystery of both the cruel fate that fell upon the little girl and the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa. Unfortunately, Hinamizawa was sealed off for a long time. As a result, all Akasuka and Oishi could do for the past 20 years was publish the little information they'd gathered, and ask for their readers to send their tips and clues. But recently, the seal on Hinamizawa had finally been lifted. However, they couldn't come to Hinamizawa until today due to Akasuka's busy work schedule and Oishi's poor health. In fact, Oishi was supposed to come with Akasuka, but he was called in for an emergency health checkup. Oh no. The other two who came along were Akasuka's juniors from university. One worked at the Ground Special Defense Force, and the other was a subordinate. They were assigned the mission of sealing off Hinamizawa, so they were quite knowledgeable about the village. Akasuka took out a scrapbook from his bag. The corners of the scrapbook were all dented, making it look very old. Akasuka flipped through the pages, thought for a second, and let them know of the first destination.
では、鬼ヶ淵沼をお願いします。
了解いたしました。それではご案内いたします。
Immediately, the young man got on his bike and waited for the others to get back to their car. They honked at each other to signal that they were ready, and the young man led the car to the swamp. Heading through the forest, they came to an open area where the ground was covered by concrete. There wasn't even a single drop of water in sight. All the water of the swamp had been replaced by concrete. That was what Onigafchi Swamp looked like right now.
沼どころか水たまりもないな。
Crazy. What the fuck? Did they drain the swamp or did they just add cement mix to it?
大災害後のだいぶ初期に埋め立てられたと聞いています。自分がここへ着任した時はすでに埋め立てられていました。
ちょっと降りてみよう。
Akasuka got out of the car and walked to the center of the concrete-filled swamp. It wasn't a parking lot or a heliport. It was just a huge empty concrete space right in the middle of the forest.
なるほど。これがネットでよく言う UFO の着陸場というやつか。
そんなことを言われてるんですか？
ここの写真がよくミステリー系のサイトに紹介されてるよ。ここで政府と宇宙人が交流してたって言うんだ。
It's true.
確かにこんな森の中にポカンとこんなコンクリートの空き地があれば不審に思うよな。
I can't even imagine that. Like, try to picture a forest. Now try to picture a swamp within the forest. Now try to picture that swamp being turned into concrete. It's so weird. Volcanic gas erupted from the swamp in June 1983. The deadly mixture of hydrogen sulfide and carbon dioxide engulfed and destroyed Hinamizawa in a single night. The village was sealed off and the SDF covered the swamp with concrete.
ネットで騒いでる連中にも連中なりの根拠があるらしい。地質学的に言ってガスの発生源を塞ぐために沼をコンクリートで固めるなんてのは。
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
なるほど。確かに活火山の火口をコンクリートで埋めたという話は聞かないですね。でもまあ、税金での無駄な工事は我が国の伝統ですから。
Lately, people who love things like supernatural phenomena and UFOs write on the internet about the Great Hinamizawa disaster. It's well known by now that the cause of the disaster was an eruption of deadly volcanic gas from a magma chamber. In 1986, a similar natural disaster occurred at Lake Nyos in Cameroon, Africa. Unless it's Niles. So people easily believe that there was such a rare natural disaster could occur anywhere on Earth, and that was what happened in Hinamizawa as well. And technically, in the U.S., there is like a dormant supervolcano that could erupt at any moment and kill everyone, as far as like we've been told. However, a rumor about another possible explanation had begun to fly around on the internet recently. They say that the disaster was a cover-up by the government, and that it was actually a biochemical terrorist attack by aliens. Why had such a rumor begun to spread now? We got a new background. Normally this is red, but here it is in black and white. What about this? It's the same thing. They claim to back up their theory with a secret document known as File Number 34. Someone online named it File Number 34 for descriptive purposes, but the name spread and stuck. Since then, because it sounded like a government conspiracy. People loved it. It's unknown how or from where they obtained those documents, but they posted scans and pictures which were all ridiculous. Plus, more fake evidence was produced over time, so now even the existence of such documents are in doubt. The other thing to remember is that if this is like 1997, 1996, or 1993, it's probably closer to 97, 98. Programs like... when was Photoshop invented? It was released in 1990. So the first version of Photoshop, at least 1.0, was released in 1990. So, but if I recall, it was a very bare bones program. Let me check again. I don't think you could edit images with it. Unless I'm mistaking it for something else. No, I'm being dumb. You could. Yes, you could definitely yes, you could edit with Photoshop 1.0. Okay. I'm confusing it with something else. I almost sounded like a fucking imbecile. So yeah, the possibility of images or documents being altered even back then was definitely a thing. File number 34 deserves a bit more explanation. However, since it started on the internet, truths and lies were all mixed together, and it's become more like an urban legend. So this is what is believed to be mostly true. File number 34 was a notebook written by a nurse named Mio Takano, who worked at a local clinic in Hinamizawa. File number 34 was most likely named after her. This woman was a researcher who studied the ogre myth in Hinamizawa and tried to solve what it meant. The contents of this book state that she prophesied the Great Hinamizawa disaster of 1983. According to her research, a UFO crash landed in Hinamizawa a long time ago and sunk into Onigashiki Swamp. The UFO carried parasitic bacteria from space, and they began to infect the locals. The infected villagers began to behave extremely violently, so much so that they were fit with the word ogre. Mio Takano insisted that this was the explanation for the myth about ogres pouring out of the swamp. An alien who survived the crash realized that the Earthlings had gone crazy because of the bacteria he brought in, and he decided to show himself to the villagers to help them out. This is how Yashiro-sama was born. The alien was able to cure the villagers with highly advanced technology, but couldn't eradicate the bacteria completely. Since the villagers looked up to the aliens as some sort of deity, the aliens utilized its status to hand down specific rules to the villagers in order to stabilize the disease. The bacteria took a liking to Hinamizawa's habitat, so when a carrier of the disease left Hinamizawa, their symptoms would re-emerge. Therefore, the alien made it a rule not to leave the village. This leads to the legend of the transcendence of Onigashiki. The weird practices and miracles that the villagers performed were realized by means of the advanced technology that they received from the alien.
そういうののマニアな人たちはつくづくそういうのが好きですよね。
Before we continue, I never doubted Rena, by the way. I was always open to everything that she was saying. 100%.
ノストラダムスの大予言だって99年にはあんなに騒いだのに7月が過ぎたら何事もなかったかのようにみんな過ごしてる。
Okay,
民放もあれだけ煽っておいて無責任たらありゃしない。
So this is definitely at least past July 1999. It might even be the year 2000.
でも 高野美代はひなみ沢大災害を予見したらしい。それは嘘じゃない。確かにこのスクラップ帳に書いてある。
そんなまさか赤坂先輩、それ本当に？
As time passed, the bacteria stabilized in human bodies and became harmless. The alien and the bacteria began to fade away from people's minds. However, the alien had lived on for hundreds of years with the protection of the three families. It still lives on as the spirit of a deity in the secret temple of the Furude Shrine. Okay, I'm gonna assume they mean this metaphorically, that Oyashiro-sama, as a quote-unquote deity. The alien manipulated the bacteria living inside of the villagers and maintained control over them for hundreds of years. The alien wanted to regain its power and started researching how to bring back the lost powers of the bacteria, etc., etc. Things get much stranger from there. People say that the disaster was actually part of the alien's plan to conquer the entire Earth by spreading the reawakened bacteria. The Japanese government has a secret division that fights against alien invasions, and they trained at Area 51 in the US, etc., etc. And they moved in to stop the invasion by sealing off the entire village, and they killed all of the residents by using toxic gas.
映画でそんなのありましたね。なんて言ったっけな。
Yeah, it was like, men in blue?
この辺まで来ると、俺もそろそろめちゃくちゃだなとは思う。
And speaking of, hold on.
ただ、このめちゃくちゃを書いた高野美代は、昭和58年の6月中旬、正体不明の開始を遂げる。
Yeah, Men in Black came out in 97. So this definitely is still on track to being, to having taken place at least after 97.
そして、
we already know it came out in 99. Or sorry, we already know this happened in
自らの
99.
死を悟ったかのように、村の一人の少女にこのスクラップ帳を預けて意志を託したというんだ。
That girl is known as Girl A. Some guy who investigated the case was able to track it down to a girl named Reina Ryugu, so it's now known as the Reina Ryugu theory on the internet. Reina Ryugu inherited Mio Takano's will by means of the scrapbooks. She tried to fight against the planned invasion by holding a school hostage and demanding the local police uncover the aliens' plot. Of course, no one believed her and they assumed she was in a state of paranoia. Back then, people assumed that Reina took Mio Takano's delusion seriously and was motivated to commit a poorly executed crime. When she held the school hostage, Reina told the local police that the alien was controlling the three families, and that it was plotting bioterrorism on a massive scale. And the very next day, the Great Hinamizawa disaster occurred.
まさか、そりゃ偶然じゃないんですか。
What?
わからない。偶然ではないと思う連中に言わせると、その後の自衛隊による封鎖はおかしなことだらけらしい。例えば、この沼の埋め立てが一例だ。そして埋め立てる前に、明らかに通常の地質調査とは異なる秘密の調査を行っていたとされていて、当時ここの封鎖に関わっていた自衛隊員たちがそれを何人も証言している。否定派はそれを単にガスの発生地なので危険に備えて立ち入りを制限していただけだと主張するんだがね。
それは多分否定派の言うのが正しいんじゃないかと思いますね。
他にも異常に長かった封鎖期間も疑惑の目が向けられている。近年に起こった離島の火山ガス災害の例を見てもわかるように、4、5年で立ち入り禁止を解いている。ひなみ沢のケースは例外中の例外のケースのはずなのに、封鎖は極めて長期に及んだ。
あのケースは島民が帰島を強く希望したからと聞いています。ひなみ沢には帰る人がそもそもいないんだから、十分安全が確認できるまでたっぷり期間を置いただけなのでは。
ひなみ沢を封鎖していた自衛隊員たちは定期的に血を抜かれての厳密な検査を受けていたといい、何らかの結果によって 自他ともに理解できない理由で任務を解かれることがあったという。
Hold on. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like no one could come back. So the government took their time, but then here, with the SDF members?
それは実は細菌感染の陽性反応を見るもので、自衛隊員たちをとどまらせることによる何らかの人体実験だったと囁かれているらしい。
それはやはりガスが湧き出す危険性があっただけに、健康管理には気を使ったということでしょう。それに普通のサラリーマンだって年に一度は健康診断を受け、その時に血を抜かれてるはずです。
まあ君の言うことももっともだと思う。あともっと面白い話もあるぞ。南沢大災害時に火山ガスは発生していないと主張する連中がいる。
火山ガスは発生していない？どういう意味ですか？
つまりもともと火山ガスなんか噴出してなくて、ガス災害というのが政府の嘘であると主張しているらしい。ほら、洋画の人類と UFO がコンタクトする作品でも同じ設定だったじゃないか。
Right, it makes sense. Because remember, Keiichi survived. Keiichi was pushed off by Satoko from the bridge. He collapsed, or well, he fell from the side of like a mountain basically. And like hit his head so hard he was knocked out for a day and a half. By the side of a river. When he woke up, there was no one around. So if there was a gas attack, or if there was some sort of like attack by the government over this region where everyone quote unquote died in their sleep, they would have just seen Keiichi like down there and assumed that he was fucking dead from the gas. So they probably didn't bother to like, I don't know, respray him or some shit, right? And then Keiichi was able to get up, and then he was the quote-unquote lone survivor of the whole incident. And then there's the whole story of like, well, it was a natural like eruption or something. So it doesn't add up. This is really fucking weird. What if there really was a parasite?
それこそミステリーマニアのこじつけだと思いますね。で、その連中は何を根拠に火山ガスが発生しなかったと言っているんです？
封鎖解除後、ミステリーマニアがどっと押し寄せて UFO 説を補強するためにいろいろ調べたらしい。で、連中の主張はこうだ。政府発表の火山ガス成分によるならば、硫化水素によって金属が腐食されたり、自然体系に大きなダメージが残るはずだ。
Right, a lot of trees would have been dead.
にもかかわらず、南沢にはそういう痕跡が残っておらず、よって、もっとも、あれから20年も放置された村なんだ。そんな痕跡を発見できたかどうかは疑わしいな。
やはりつくづくインターネットというのは信用できませんね。で、まさか赤坂先輩はその怪しげな話を信じてるわけですか？
最初は信じなかったが、最近は俺もわからない。何割かは真実が含まれているかもしれないと思うようになっている。
赤坂先輩ともあろうお方が UFO 話を信じるんですか？
このスクラップ帳、これが本物の34号文書だとしたら、昭和58年6月25日に南沢営林署に人質を取って籠城した竜宮レイナが所持していた南沢大災害の混乱で長いこと行方不明だったが、近年大石さんの古い友人が県警の保存庫で発見したらしい。
Back then, Oishi thought that Reina Ryugu was delusional, but after reading this again after the Great Hinamizawa disaster, some of the content hold vital clues. It's not the alien part that he was interested in, but her theory that an endemic disease of parasitic microbes in Hinamizawa was responsible for the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Of course, there's no proof that such microbes existed, so it still remains at a theoretical level.
大石さんの仮説なんだが、御三家が過去の信仰心を村に取り戻すために、大昔の毒性の強い病原体を研究していたのは本当じゃないかって言うんだ。南沢大災害は実はその結果の失敗じゃないかってな。
Yeah. This theory is also based on the theories and myths he found on the internet. The village clinic's chief doctor died mysteriously right before the Great Hinamizawa disaster. A girl, Rika Furude, was brutally murdered on the night Reina Ryugu took the school hostage. There could have been an underground research lab beneath the village, and Dr. Idia could have been forced to do microbiological research. But he couldn't live with his own sins and committed suicide. Rika Furude could have been brutally murdered in a sacrifice for some sort of ritual ceremony in the name of Oyashiro-sama's revival. However, their experiments went wrong. Instead of the microbes being parasitic in the villagers, they became a killer virus, and they exterminated the entire village in one night.
ただのガス災害じゃないことは明白なんだ。ガスが湧く直前に一人の少女が細菌テロを予告し、数人の村人が開始を遂げている。それをスクラップ帳にまとめた高野美代本人も含めてね。あれを偶然の予見不可能な災害だとするにはどうも腑に落ちない要素が少なくない。
じゃあ南沢大災害は自然災害ではなく細菌テロ。
In the modern era, everyone in Japan knows about the shocking incident where a doomsday cult created a nerve gas, sarin, and unleashed it for the purposes of mass murder. But in the 80s, the idea of a single cult being able to carry out such an act of terrorism didn't even cross our minds.
その後の自衛隊の長い封鎖は、その殺人ウイルスを調査するためではないかと囁かれているんだが、すっきりしないな。
UFO に乗った宇宙人がって話よりはカルト集団がって方が近年は信憑性がありますからね。
本当に UFO が墜落した可能性もあるかもしれないな。竜宮レイナが人質籠城時に出した要求の筆頭は、鬼ヶ淵沼の底には墜落した UFO の残骸があるから引き上げろという。
バカバカしい。
それがバカバカしいか調べたくても見ろ。沼はコンクリートで数メートルの厚さで固められ、確かめる術もない。地質学的にはガスを防ぐ効果は何も期待できないはずのバカバカしい工事によってだ。
赤坂先輩がそれを立証するには、あとはここの住民の生き残りを見つけて体内からその特殊な病原体ってやつを見つけ出すほか。
Like Mayabara Keiichi.
それも致命的だ。南沢大災害後の南沢出身者に対する魔女狩りのせいで、今や出身者の存在は不明だ。彼らは名乗りなどあげまい。
Right after the disaster, some people who were from Hinamizawa started displaying erratic behavior. When they started dying mysteriously and committing suicide in strange ways, people got scared of them and chased them out of their neighborhoods. The government was practically useless in protecting their privacy at the time, so the former residents of Hinamizawa lied about where they were from and have kept it that way since.
じゃあお手上げじゃないですか。
それでも諦めないのが刑事魂ってもんだよ。あれが自然災害じゃなかったっていう状況証拠はいくらでもあるんだ。何か一つの具体的証拠が見つかれば、芋づる式に全てを白日のもとにさらせるかもしれない。
まあ、あれから20年経過してますからね。真相はあまりに遠い闇の中かもしれません。
そうだな。21世紀の今頃になってここを訪れても、
Okay, so it's at least the year 2000. What happened in Hinamizawa in June 1983? The only factual evidence that I had was that Mio Takano mysteriously died and left her scrapbook predicting a bioterrorist attack. A young girl took a school hostage to make people listen to this prediction, but no one took it seriously. The chief doctor of the village clinic committed suicide. People believed that a little girl, Rika Furude, was a reincarnation of a Yashiro-sama, and she was brutally murdered. What was the truth behind the scrapbook? Was it written to reveal a huge conspiracy? Or was it just a bunch of delusions written by an occult maniac? If the contents of the scrapbook were true, the disaster could have been avoided if we had heeded the warnings of one girl. If they weren't true, then who created the disaster to follow the scenario of the scrapbook? After the sarin nerve gas incident, the words mind control came into the spotlight. In contrast to brainwashing, which can easily force a person to commit certain acts in the short term, mind control takes a long time to gradually make a person believe that what he or she must do is the right thing to do, and to act upon it as if it were his or her own idea. It's a form of character alteration, which is far more serious than brainwashing. The cult behind the sarin gas incident induced fear and anxiety into its members through its revelations of doomsday. At the same time, they ordered them to do certain things as means of salvation, and had them do so voluntarily. The formula was quite similar to how Reina Ryugu became a puppet of file number 34. So, does that mean that Reina Ryugu was mind-controlled by someone? Does that mean that the cult that mind-controlled her tried to cause the end of the world in order to increase the credibility of their teachings just like the other cult did? Would that make file number 34 some sort of religious textbook for them? When I lose my grip on what's true and what's not, it sometimes makes me feel like someone might be laughing in amusement at this disaster. The scrapbook was like a script. It was a script for a tragedy that takes the lives of thousands of villagers in one night. It was a script for ogres who laugh at that loss of human life. Someone wrote the script. Someone performed it. Someone watched the show and laughed. Damn it. The hell happened in Hinamizawa in June 1983? And just like that, it's over. Officially, we're done with chapter 6. What a crazy fucking scenario, huh? Just like always, Ryukishi makes you question everything. Right? We had an entire chapter. Actually, here, before anything, let me swap on over to the ending screen. So stream's over. I'm going to be theorizing for a little bit. And then we'll call it for today. So, Ryukishi loves to do this thing where you will see something. He will show you one path. And then he will tell you that the path that you just went through is wrong. It was the wrong path to take. It was so obvious that it wasn't the right path to take. You were supposed to go left, and instead you went right. Look at you. How foolish of you to have gone left instead of right. And then after you go back through that same path, and you go through the right path instead of the left one, you then realize, okay, yeah, it looks like the right path was the path on the right was the correct path to take. And after you go through that path itself, after having gone back from the left path and then taken the right path, and you think everything is hunky-dory, after walking for hours and hours and hours, the path leads you to a wall. And the wall has a door. And this door can be unlocked or locked. And it's up to you to question whether or not you should continue down that specific wall, or if maybe that left path you were taking was the right road after all. He does this every single time, especially with this little epilogue, where Was Rena right the whole time? Was she crazy the whole time? To be 100% honest with you, I was believing everything Rena was saying. I was not doubting her at all. Ever. Because this is Higurashi. So, what she was saying could have been true. Was it true? I don't fucking know. And we can only... It's just like another, like, plausible theory that might be involving Higurashi itself, the village itself. Who knows? But it certainly is a lot of fun to think about. Maybe there really weren't UFOs. Maybe it wasn't UFOs. Maybe it could have been a meteor that landed on, or like that crashed into the swamp. That could have been the unidentified flying object. Who knows? But they did, provide a lot of very interesting things in this chapter. Like Ryukishi did provide a lot of interesting tidbits here and there, especially involving the other worlds and the characters becoming conscious to these events. So chapter 7 for sure is going to be like the final chapter where I can theorize. And it's going to be very crazy. I can already tell. Either way, I think this would be a good stopping point for today. So we'll go ahead and get ready to call it here for tonight. Or well, for today, since it's afternoon actually.